Welcome, everyone, to the Islanders Never Say Die podcast. I'm your host, TJ, and with me again, as always, is our NHL analyst and expert, the grumpy old man. They say there is no shame in his game because he is always the same.
That's me.
Grump, what's going on over there? How are you today? How are you this fine Saturday evening post-Islanders game?
Great. I'm doing fantastic today. And I just want to say, with your fence riding on the predictions on Wednesday's podcast, of course, I knew you were going to pick 3 points. I predicted 4. And what did we get?
BS.
4.
I don't know how many you predicted. I think you said -10.
4. I just knew you would take 3 because, you know, that's the fence rider's way out.
Good gracious, Grumpy. Well, before we get this podcast started, remember, this is an Islanders podcast that we do twice a week on Wednesdays and on Saturdays. We usually do the podcast at 8 p.m. East or 8 p.m. TJ Standard Time, which stands for Eastern Standard Time. That being said, if there's an Islander game on either Wednesday or on Saturday, we go live right after that game. Hence why it's a later start time here today. That being said, we also have a sports podcast. We just talk sports and shoot the shit. That is called TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. That is a podcast we do every single Thursday and Sunday. Thursdays at 9 p.m. TJ Standard Time and Sundays at 8 p.m. TJ Standard Time. That being said, you can find that in the link in the description below, Grumpy.
Yeah, and that one's a lot of fun. We talk about fan fights. It's more kind of freewheeling. I yell and scream at TJ more, just because it's fun.
It's a little more fiery. That being said, again, to make sure you don't miss out on any of the action and content, make sure you subscribe on YouTube, like on Facebook, and follow on Twitter, Grumpy.
You know, I want to say one thing. You mentioned to everyone, how we're starting later today because there was an Islander game. What's really the difference between having an Islander game or regular TJ time?
Oh, look at that. Grumpy, I figured you'd like my little pajama shirt I wore again today.
Button it up, man.
Do you want
to go do this every time? No one wants to see you with an unbuttoned pajama top.
Is it every single time the Islanders continue their point streak, I go ahead and continue just to cinch this button further and further down? That make you happy, Grumpy? Right now, we're on a 7-game point streak.
I don't see any striation in your chest muscles. That much I do know.
Grumpy, I'm not flexing. No need to flex. That being said, Grump, 7-game point streak for the Islanders on a road trip right now. Again, we talked about this road trip. You know, we said you can't make the playoffs the first week or the first month of the season. You could certainly put yourself out of the playoff picture the first month of the season. We talked about how important it was when we're starting the season off on a 13-game road trip, in order to pick up points and, to be, to start the season without any type of rust, really. I mean, we've started off the season 5-2-2 on this road trip. we're through the majority, the hard portion there, the road trip, or the majority of the road trip. That being said, you have to be pleased with how we've performed so far on this road trip. Correct, Grumpy?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt. I mean, I think we've benefited. Even though it's a 13-game road trip.
Even though it's a 13-game, Grumpy's shoddy internet at it again. But even though it is a 13-game road trip, I know we did have a lot of space in between our games, so we were able to make sure that we were going to get that ample time to rest as well as to be ready there for next action, Grump. But I cut you off because you're hideous internet connection. But I thought you were going to say something like, even over a 13-game road trip, we had a lot of games and days in between. So it wasn't really like a true road trip, a 13
Right.
road trip.
Yeah, we had the 5 games off before we played whoever it was. I don't even remember. Like I said, senility's kicking in, so I can't remember who it was. And then we had the 4 days off before we played Montreal. So, I mean, I thought that was really beneficial to us. Even though, like I said, it's 13 games in a row, it doesn't really seem like that because the guys have been home for quite a bit of time. Now it ramps up a little bit here on the back end of it. But, I mean, I just think 5-2-2, you have to be extremely pleased with where we are right now. For me, we've also benefited that we played some of the worst teams in the league right off the jump. Your Arizonas, your Chicagos, your Montreals. So, I mean, it could have been a lot worse, but I'm extremely happy where we're at. Today, I'm going to put the caveat. I consider Winnipeg a pretty good team. Are they Stanley Cup contenders? No. But their record was pretty good. The only thing is they didn't play anybody from the East. They played the weak-ass West. And I think that kind of that has benefited us also.
If you look, and again, so I think today was a good win, and this was Islander style of hockey. We jumped on them early. I mean, within the first 4 minutes, we scored that first goal. And that was an effort goal too. When you look at it, you've got Barzal and Josh Bailey fighting for the puck down low, and you have a Winnipeg.
It was Barzal, it wasn't Bailey. Bailey wasn't fighting for the puck. He stood in a good spot, but Barzal won that puck behind the net, fighting off 2, maybe even 3 Winnipeg players. But here's the thing: Barzal got him the puck. He gets it over to Lee, who snapped it home. Beautiful goal, really nice. I don't know how Barzal didn't get an assist. That's usually okay.
Yeah, if you could stop not run me over, Grump, but you do not give Josh Bailey any credit for it. They both did a good job, right? Give credit where credit's due.
No. I didn't give him credit for digging for the puck on that play because he didn't.
I said they're fighting for the puck. They both fighting for the puck down low. They were. And then here's the thing, right? You've got the guy from Winnipeg, I believe it was, whoever the other defenseman was. He vacates the front of the net, or he kind of loses his assignment, and it leaves Anders Lee wide open there in order to go ahead and pot one in. He gets a chance, and he's executing. So, it gives us that 1-0 lead. And then you've got Sorokin, the difference, termed by John P. there. The difference in Sorokin by many others has a fantastic night. Another shutout here. And I want to ask you this too. I think this is a no-brainer, and I think most Islander fans will agree with us on this one. Sorokin's the true number one. It's not is it Varlamov who's our number one, a resident flying ace, or is it Sorokin? It's Sorokin.
I've been saying that for a long time. I said that before the season started. He's your number one. He's the best goalie on the team. I thought he was the best goalie on the team last year, and you're seeing it this year. I mean, I guess Varlamov plays tomorrow. But for me, how many games has he actually played for the Islanders? I mean, because I think he's got 8 shutouts in his career. I don't even know how many games he played. 30 something? He's got 8 shutouts. I mean, that's pretty incredible if you think about it. Really, really, he's special in that. It's funny because I was watching the game today, and I'm like, this kid gives us a chance to win every single game. I mean, he really does. And just getting back to today's game, I don't think Winnipeg is really good defensively. They have the worst penalty kill in the league. But that said, okay, so it's 8 shutouts in 30 games.
30 starts. 8 shutouts and 30 starts. I don't need – come on, Grumpy.
That's pretty good, right? But here's what's the one thing that Winnipeg does do extremely well is put the puck in the net. And I thought we were really, really strong defensively. Yeah, they missed a couple of open chances that they should have scored. Scheifele missed a wide open net in particular. But I thought our defense today was rock solid against them. And
I was about to make that comment too. We talked about how the defensive struggles have been there since the get-go, and they have. We've struggled on the defensive side of the puck. Chara and Green, again, I'll mention this. I know they played well tonight. They're not guys who I expect to be players we can rely upon later on in the season and then the playoffs on a consistent basis. I think we will address that, but it's good to see that we're kind of ironing out some of those issues. Again, I think we looked good defensively tonight. It was Winnipeg, so take everything with a grain of salt. That being said,
no. Winnipeg's a good offensive team. Winnipeg's a good offensive team.
Have you looked to who Winnipeg's played? Again, I don't want to nitpick this because I hate to be the guy who nitpicks. Oh, well, hey, they only did this, only that. Right? You look at the games they've played so far this season. They played the Blackhawks once. You played the Kings once. You played the Anaheim Ducks twice. You played the San Jose Sharks twice. So, and again, like you look at it, okay, we played the Predators. That's a kind of, middle of the road team. And you played the Minnesota Wild again. So, I hate to try to pick away at it. I'm just saying it's early yet in the season. I think that, is Winnipeg a great offensive team? I don't know. Jury's out on that one, in my opinion.
I think they're top third in the league.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to say that they have a lot of offensive talent. I don't think their defense is really good. I thought their goalie today was okay. I didn't think we did anything spectacular on him. Probably should have had the Nelson shot. I don't think he could have stopped the Lee shot. That was just bang bang. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna sell them short because if you're putting pucks in the net, I don't care who it's against, you're able to score. They got Ehlers, they got Scheifele, they got Wheeler. I mean, they got Connor. I mean, they got some guys who can put the puck in the net. So don't sell them short. That said, their record could be inflated a little bit just because they were playing the dregs of the West.
Yep. So that's all I'm saying is just take everything with a grain of salt, grumpy old man. I know that, hey, they're sixth right now in scoring. Well, after tonight, I'm sure they'll drop a little bit, lower down there. I'm just saying that they've played a lot of, the cellar dwellers of the league. So I'm just saying, hey, take everything with a grain of salt. I think that they're a pretty decent offensive team. If I'm thinking they're not a Florida Panthers, they're not a Carolina Hurricanes, they're not a Tampa Bay Lightning, but hell, it was a fantastic win. I thought the defense looked like they really took a step forward today too, which is nice to see. Anytime I'm going to see Zdeno Chara and Andy Green on the ice at the same time, you get kind of you're just like, God almighty, I'm sorry.
We got burned when they were out there that one shift. I think Chara got stuck out there and it resulted in a prime scoring opportunity. I thought they missed a lot of chances that they could have converted. But you know what? I thought our defense was really, really good against them. Really good. That's the one thing we've been doing really well the last couple of games. Limiting the primetime scoring opportunities, like from in close. That's not been happening. And
that's the most important thing that we need to do is make sure we filter those high danger scoring opportunities to the periphery so our goalies have more chance to see the puck and that's an easier save there for them. That's how our system works, and that's why goalies put up gaudy numbers with this Barry Trotz system.
But Sorokin made a save today on a deflection right in front of the net. I don't know how he made it. It was incredible. He makes saves that Varlamov doesn't even make in his dreams. I mean, he's fantastic. But you know what? I want to just say something. You beat me to John Patrone's about calling the difference because I was thinking, I'm like Sorokin was the difference, and I was going to say thank you, John, but you beat me to it. So
yeah, no, absolutely. So Sorokin's looked outstanding. Varlamov is going to get the start tomorrow against the Minnesota Wild. I will say it's nice to see him back in action, but I mean, it's clear. I think it's clear as day. As long as, Sorokin's not like, hey, I'm exhausted, I need some break. It's time to just ride Sorokin. He's the guy in that. There's no doubt about it. That also being said, it's Brovember, grumpy old man. Brock Nelson, you want to talk about a fiery last two games, right? 4 goals against the Montreal Canadiens. And just like we said it right before the podcast, right before that Thursday game on the Wednesday podcast, Anthony Beauvillier always plays well against Montreal. It's like a homecoming for him. He had an outstanding game also. He drove a lot of that offense the second line produced. But Brock Nelson so far, grumpy old man, in the last 5 games has 6 goals, 2 assists.
Say that again. That line, right?
Brock Nelson in the last 5 games has 6 goals and 2 assists.
Okay. I didn't think. Okay, that's fine. I don't know the stats.
Well, that's what happens when you score 4 goals against the Montreal Canadiens.
And he had one today. I didn't know he had another one the game before. Didn't realize that.
Yeah. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue, Grum.
Yeah, I mean, I think that line is playing well. It's funny that Butch brought up how, Barry mentioned that, the only line that really wasn't working was the first line. And I was like, 2 weeks ago, the only line that wasn't working was the second line. And I'm like, well, what could that be? And I said, what's the common denominator? I'm like, my pal Josh Bailey. You know what? Let me tell you something. That guy has killed more lines than the cast of Saturday Night Live in the early 1970s. That's all I have to say about
that. He's killed more lines
than Tony Montana in Scarface.
God almighty, Crumpy. I love it. Jeez. So I will tell you this now. I think that Brock Nelson, obviously playing well. That's fantastic. He's a guy that he always starts off really hot at the beginning of the season. Good to see him. His confidence really, it shows. And look at this pass as well by Kyle Palmieri. I know Kyle Palmieri hasn't scored a goal just quite yet, but he's doing the little things right. And it's still early on in the season. But look at this pass, Grumpy old man, that you're going to see here by Kyle Palmieri.
Nice little deflection. Nice play. Very nice play. And that, to me, that was the end of the game. I thought Winnipeg might be able to come back from being 1 goal down, but when they went 2 goals down, I'm like, they're done. That was it. I almost felt like turning the TV off. Game's over. But I knew I had the podcast, so I had to do my job and continue watching the game. I knew the game was over. As soon as he scored that second goal, that's it. It's funny. I can almost feel when a game is over. And I felt right there, that was it. They're done.
Yeah, I tell you, well, we'd stifled many of their chances all day. And when you kind of get that last goal, kind of opens the floodgates. I mean, we had other chances. I mean, Barzal ringing it off the crossbar too. I mean, it kind of became a little bit more of an open game. That being said, you're right. There was no chance after we scored that second goal I had any thought or fear that we were going to lose or, bring that one to overtime. So we've taken care of business against those two teams. Against the Montreal Canadiens, I told you again, that was one I would have been absolutely shocked if the Islanders lost. And here we are against the Winnipeg Jets, where you could argue maybe their point total so far this season's inflated after playing some of the cellar dwellers. That being said, a good win, and I think Islanders style of hockey as well.
Without a doubt, that was the one thing I'm like. But you know what? For an Islanders style hockey game, I thought it was actually pretty good, particularly the first 2 periods. After that second goal went in, I just thought that Winnipeg deflated a little bit. They came back. They did a little bit of a push later. But I mean, funny. I was watching the game and I'm like, I was surprised it was as feisty as it was for 2 teams who hadn't played each other in like over 2 years. I thought that was like, wow, okay. I'm just surprised as there was a fight, a Mayfield fight. I know Kroc was a little bit upset when he got body checked by Adam Lowry, which is a clean check. I don't know why everybody gets upset by getting an open ice check like that. That was a clean check. He kind of went at him, no harm, no foul. And, then Mayfield goes after Lowry. I'm like, why? I mean, it was a clean check. Just move on, fellas. It's not a personal affront because somebody threw a check at you. It wasn't a cheap shot. He wasn't expecting it. He had his head down. He was skating across the trolley tracks, and he got nailed. I mean, it is what it is.
Stephen R. saying, let's go, TJ. Get out of the bathroom. Oh, man. Hey, saying TJ time. And Nader F there saying, good vibes. I'll tell you, there's nothing.
Good vibrations.
There's nothing that makes me happier than on a weekend like this, right? You always talk about, hey, what makes a weekend special? We get to podcast after an Islanders win like that and the way we did. And you look at it too, right? Against Montreal, that's also a win on Thursday. A 7-game point streak. You cannot complain about that at all. This is it. We talked about it at the beginning of the season, right? You have to look at everything. You have to look at everything in segments. Even if we don't go ahead and win the majority of the games here for the remainder of the road trip, we said having 7 wins on this 13-game road trip would be a huge victory for us. Right now, we're already at 5 wins on the road trip, and we still have games to still play on that. We still have 4 games. So if you're able to win 2, if you're able to go 2-2 over these last 4 games, this is a huge win for the Islanders on what could have been a real hindrance on your playoff on making the playoffs here this season.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we better make hay now because we got Florida, we got Tampa, and they're back. Tampa's back. I hate to tell you, they're back. I mean, they struggled a little bit early, but they're rolling now. Okay. And Florida knocked off Carolina, first time in regulation, beat them 5-2. They came out and they stormed the gates in the first period of that game, 4-0 after one.
Storm the Bastille.
Storm the gates. Not storm the Bastille.
Okay. You can say, I just have a different way of saying that's fine.
Yeah. So those are a couple of games that those are real measuring stick games, particularly the Florida game, right? Because Florida destroyed you the first time they played. Let's see. And they're still playing well. So let's see how we match up against them next time. And Tampa, well, Tampa's Tampa.
And I do want to remind you guys, we will be opening up the phone line today, too. So if you guys want to call in, talk about, hey, baby, I love myself some Brock Nelson. I love myself the Islanders. You can go ahead and call in. Let us know any concerns, any thoughts right now. Go ahead and speak. If you want to say, hey, Grumpy, you're crazy. You could say that, too. Only you could say, hey, Grumpy, you're crazy. You can't say that about me, though, right, Grump?
I don't care what
you complained about it last time. That anytime I say when people can call in, I usually say, yeah, you can call the grumpy old man dumb or stupid and things like that, but I never ridicule myself. So I was just playing off of it.
That's fine. You know what? I bet you people are going to call but say, TJ, button up your shirt. That's what they're going to say. I mean, what is this? Hugh Hefner's pajama party here? What?
This is a pajama party. Hey, it's Grumpy, my other shirt wasn't ready yet for today. It'll be ready for Wednesday. Okay, what can I say? I got behind on laundry. William C. saying Sorokin, Palmieri, and Parise have looked great. Chara has started to play better in some areas too. Hoping Parise gets a goal against the Wild tomorrow. Wouldn't that be fitting? And I will say, I think you bring up a good point. Even though Parise hasn't been scoring goals per se, he's still a million times better than having Leo Komarov out there on the ice. I
don't think there's really much difference between the two. And I'm not putting down Parise in any way, shape, or form. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's done anything spectacular. The way they talk on the telecast is like, oh, yeah, look at this every time. Like I said, it's company speak. And I'm sure that the bootlicking weasels will follow line, right? They'll goose step right in line to what they say. But I mean, he's been okay. He's not been anything spectacular. Oh, look at that subtle pass. Look at this. Okay. He's put nothing on the score sheet. The line didn't score today. They were okay. The team as a whole played well. I don't need to be fed the company line after a good game. And I certainly don't need to hear from Butch after Matt Barzal takes a penalty and he goes off the rails on him for 30, 45 seconds. He's got to be better than that. Let me tell you something. Matt Barzal has subjugated his game to levels that I don't even think was possible. He's the leading forechecker on that line, does everything on the line. Okay, he was a little frustrated because he missed that and he took a penalty. It didn't matter. The game was over. The game was over. And another thing that Butch is doing that's driving me crazy is he's complaining about a little bit of holding or interference on the other teams. Well, I'm going to tell you what, Butch, we're holding and interfering guys all day long. You know who is number first one and foremost? Number 33. Holds and interferes when a guy walks by him every single time. So don't talk about the refs unless you talk about it on both sides. That's why I try not to talk too much about the referees because both sides get calls either way.
I don't think they're ever going out there with intention to miss or, to make poor calls. If it happens, it happens. Some are egregious. I mean, you'll never see it. It doesn't matter if we're winning, we're losing. We're never complaining about the referees unless it's really egregious. But yeah, I've never really understood it. And you're right. I mean, Matt Barzal, he did miss that opportunity chance and he took one of those frustration penalties. It wasn't the end of the world, but Butchie likes doing that type of stuff sometimes.
It drives me crazy because so many of his little like Chara, it's come down from the corporate office and the bootlicking weasel sites follow right in line. Chara's doing better now. Chara's so much better. Look at that shot by Chara. Barry said Chara's doing good. Well, I look with my eyes. Now, was Chara better tonight? He was okay, but I think it's more of the team being better and a more cohesive team unit, forward groups coming back, helping out with defensive ends, which means that he's not getting exposed. Because anytime that he does get exposed, he does. They just walk around him. I mean, those are just facts. So it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, that being said, I think this too about Zach Parise, right? I think the energy he has on the ice is much more than the energy that we used to see out of Leo Komarov. And, I just think Zach Parise, even though you said, oh, he's old, he's finished, he's 37 years old. That being said, I think he's still a better skater than Leo Komarov was when he was out there on the ice. And man, oh man, I'll tell you. So there's funny, right? Nick D, one of the listeners there of the show, he says the CBC Hockey Night in Canada said that.
Excuse me. Is this a comment?
I want to read you, Grumpy. It was a tweet, but I just wanted to read this here.
Okay. Usually, you put the comments up if someone comments. That's all.
It's a tweet that was done a while ago, so it's not a comment per se. But he said Hockey Night in Canada today called them, the best fourth line in hockey. They called them the "Been Together Forever" line. I figured you'd find that kind of cute, Grumpy.
I do find that cute. The "Been Together Forever"
line. Jeremy Ford here saying, the more I see Parise, the more I'm liking what he brings. With that said, I'd still have Bellows in back-to-back games to save Parise's legs for later in the year.
Parise's been okay. I mean, nothing special. Is kind of what I expected for $750,000. I mean, I think he's more than earned that contract so far. You're never going to see Bellows in the game. Never freaking ever. We won't see, unless there's injuries, you won't see Bellows again.
Unless somebody needs time. Yeah, I don't disagree. And here's the thing. He did get one chance. He got one game. Didn't play well when he actually saw action. And the next time, he only saw 5 or 6 minutes of action. So, I mean, he really got one game to say, hey, do you have it? Do you not? And he didn't look good, and he'll never get another chance.
Well, that's what happens when a guy has a short leash like that. It doesn't matter. Trotz doesn't like him. He could have scored 10 goals and he wasn't going to play next game because Barry doesn't like him. He does not like him. Think about what he did last year, right? Playing on the first line. He had 3 goals in 3 games. The one game he doesn't score a goal, bang, back to Siberia, taking the Leo shuttle.
No, yeah, so.
We're not seeing Bellows again.
No, we're not. Jeremy Ford also saying here, I agree. Sorokin has been regal in his play. Should have had maybe 4 or 5 shutouts already.
Little play on the King thing, I see. Very nice. Very cute.
Like it. I didn't even catch that until you mentioned it, Grumpy.
Yeah.
I like it.
Here's the thing. He's sensational. With this team, he's going to have really gaudy numbers.
Mm-hmm. Dave F. saying, late again, huh? And then Brandon Gaines saying, why do I have a feeling TJ was late again?
Because he's late all the time. That's why you have that feeling. He's got a feeling that TJ's gonna be late again. Go.
Noah W said, Grumpy, questions, comments, and complaints from the Islanders over the past few games. I know you love a good complaint.
I don't think we're playing well. I mean,
he wants to know if you have any complaints. We're playing well, we're winning games, but is there something that you see is an issue there the Islanders have that you haven't complained about that, will rear its head at another point?
Not with the Islanders play, but it's with the media coverage, right? Because early in the year when we were playing like absolute garbage, no one would admit it. No one wants to say it, right? Oh, this one thing happened, this happened. But now all of a sudden, since we're winning some games, now everyone's coming out and saying, well, yeah, we struggled at the beginning. Yeah, we were really struggling at the beginning. You know what? Maybe if they were more honest and upfront with their readers and listeners, that people would believe them more and not just think they're just shills for the team. Here's the thing. You get from us the actual what happens when it happens. We're not going to sugarcoat anything. We're not going to say, oh, you know what? We'll tell you about the bad things when things start going well. Then we can go back and retrospectively look at how we were terrible earlier. You're going to hear that from us immediately. And just like you hear when we play well, you hear it immediately from us. You're not going to hear me bag on their performance tonight because I thought they played extremely well.
Extremely well.
Well, we did.
I just liked how you said that. You always come at the little voice I do sometimes, the little radio voice I do sometimes. You said extremely well.
Sunday.
Oh man, oh man. I did think tonight that we talked about it, right? I thought that Nashville, now this was dating back to last weekend. I thought Nashville was probably, at that time period, at that date, probably the most complete game we had played all season long. That being said, we lost in shootout. I still thought that was the most complete game that we had played.
True.
And then we looked at here against Montreal and Winnipeg. I think these have been the two best games that we've played with complete efforts so far this season. I think Winnipeg's game has been an Islander at your quintessential Islander style of hockey game.
Yes. Montreal sucks. I mean, their coach and GM, they're not going to make it through the year. I know they're on the last year of their contracts. They're not going to make it unless they want to play it cheap and keep them and maybe try to tank for the kid who's going to supposedly sensational in the draft.
Shane Wright. Yeah. So they call it pain for Shane.
Yeah. Because I mean, they're miserable. They're miserable. So that game, okay, we won that and we carried that. We dominated them really, but they're bad. They're bad. This was the game I was looking forward to. How did we handle, a team that's in there in the standings? Now, of course, yes, they played the weak sisters of the West and maybe fattened up on that, against those teams a little bit. But I was interested because I know that they play an aggressive forecheck game. I want to see how we played, and I thought we responded well today. Really, really well.
I think we responded well also. And again, we talked about it before. I'm not going to keep hammering in on it there, grumpy old man. That being said, Jeremy F. said, would you, Trotz, have Aho in there tomorrow to give Char a rest? The Wild look like a team I'd rather have Aho's speed in for.
Nope. You're not. Would I do it? Yes. Trotz won't do it.
He said, if you were Trotz.
If I was Trotz, I would, but Barry Trotz is not going to do that. He's not going to give these guys rest. He doesn't want to play any of the other guys. He just doesn't. He wants to roll the same guys out every single day.
Oh, my goodness. Now, I wouldn't be opposed. I would not be opposed at all to letting Sebastian Aho play and get some minutes here, right? I mean, you want to keep guys fresh, and we've been very fortunate on this road trip to where we've had a lot of breaks and a lot of days in between. As we're kind of getting closer here, we're not going to have that same luxury towards the tail end of the road trip, so it would be nice to kind of make sure that, hey, Char, before we start picking up a lot of the meat and potatoes portion of our schedule, we're not going to be having 4 or 5 or 3-day breaks in between every game. We want to make sure that you're feeling 100% fresh there and ready to go as we start getting to the the heftier portion of the schedule.
Right. I mean, the question was, would you, and he means Trotz, have Aho in there tomorrow? I just don't think he's going to do it. I think he should. Absolutely he should. But I don't think he's going to do that. He's never shown an inclination of playing anybody but his regulars.
Yeah,
he never gives guys cameos. He just doesn't do it. He wants it just, unless somebody's hurt and can't play, he's going to roll that same line out every night. And eventually it's going to come to bite him in the butt, but not this early in the season.
Oh, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't jump to say something.
Okay, so you think that Zdeno Chara and Andy Green and Zach Parise should all play 82 games this year?
No, what I've told you again, I'll stand by it, right? We look good defensively tonight as a whole. I don't expect us to look the same way we did tonight on a consistent basis. I expect us to have some games that are like this, some games where certain members of the defense, Andy Green, Zdeno Chara, look like utter trash out there. And I really do think probably after about, look at Bridgeport. I think about 25 games into the Bridgeport season, we're going to see Robin Salo get his chance called up here to the Islanders organization. And at the trade deadline, we are going to be picking up a left-handed defenseman. Oh, speaking of that, we did not talk about that yet, Grumpy. Of course, on Thursday, there was a trade that was made in the NHL, Grumpy. Were you aware that a big-name player moved on Thursday?
I heard it. A player in name only at this point in time.
Well, a player in name only. You're talking about Jack Eichel, Grumpy.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Johnny Boychuk.
The Eichel trade spurred the Johnny Boychuk trade.
Okay.
I mean, they got to get to the cap floor. That being said, right, the Islanders and Lou Lamoriello, right, this is a good move by Lou Lamoriello. I am unsure what the future considerations are that we traded, but we traded away Johnny Boychuk's LTIR, his contract. So now we're going to have just a little over $2 million in cap space here. And if we go ahead and keep the same exact composition or lineup similar here until the trade deadline, they project here, and I'll show you. Oops. They project us, grumpy old man, to have roughly about $10 million in cap space at the trade deadline. So you talk about, oh, what would we do? What would the Islanders do? At the trade deadline, we have the cap. This trade right here sets the mood to say, hey, we are going to address at least a top 4 left-handed defenseman. And I mean, this is you talk about the options you have. If you're going to have $10 million in cap space, I can promise you, don't be excited come draft day. You're not going to have to worry about that because I think we're going to trade away a lot of draft capital in order to make sure that we use up that $10 million in the cap space there at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I don't like that.
What do you mean?
It just scares because it's a deep draft. We have no one in the minors, and you want to continue to trade away first-round draft picks. Okay. I just think it's a mistake. I've always felt it's a mistake. You have to be right there on the cusp to make another deal like that. I just don't think we are.
Oh my God. Here's the thing. They've talked about it before, and I'll say it to you again, Grumpy. They're in win now mode. They've said it beforehand. It's cup or bust. We want to make it to the Stanley Cup Finals this season, or it's a disappointment. That's why you have now the cap space to address it, right? What are we talking about are the weakest points of our team? Definitely the left-handed defense spot. And again, I've always thought having another top 6 sniper is crucial here for the team.
Number one is the top point scorer. They could have had him in the offseason. If you were all in, you would have done it. But you were kind of in. You kind of had your toe in the water, but not, or maybe like half your foot, but you didn't go all in. You didn't jump into the pool. You didn't do it. You had a chance. You didn't do it. So now you're going to do one of these little patch jobs again, and maybe it gets you to the second round of the playoffs. Because we're not beating Carolina. We're not beating Carolina.
I don't know why you're interrupting me, Grump. That being said, right, you talk about what are the things we need, right? You could say a million times, oh, we could have done that. So what are the things we need going forward? We're going to have $10 million in cap space. We need another left-handed defenseman, a legitimate bona fide top 4 left-handed defenseman, and we're going to need a guy who I feel adds a little bit more offensive pop to the party. That is what we need to address at the trade deadline. Crazy, right? We're already talking about trade deadline things we need to address. But it's pretty obvious. We can all see the holes of where the Islanders have it. We don't need to address netminder. We don't need to address any center position. It's just wing and left-hand defenseman. And now you have the cap space. This move that Lou Lamoriello made has set the mood to where they're going to have the cap space at this year's trade deadline in order to go ahead and address it.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I mean, it's a long way till the trade deadline, and that's $10 million in like current salary. So like, let's say, you got a defenseman who makes $5 million a year and a winger makes $5 million. That is your 10. Because it's prorated, because what's worth 10 today will be worth 2 at the deadline. That's how they figure that out.
Okay, they're gonna have 10 million in cap space, so they're gonna have the ability to maneuver around. And here's the other thing, right? We talk about this last year. We say, oh well, the Islanders had to go ahead and give up a first and a third, I think it was, for Palmieri and Travis Zajac.
First and a fourth.
A first and a fourth. Both of those contracts, the New Jersey Devils retained half the cap hit on both Travis Zajac and Kyle Palmieri. Remember, for those teams that are cellar dwellers, if you're making a deal with them, if it's a 1-year contract, they have no problem at all retaining some cap in order to go ahead and give them an alleviation, right? You can obtain cap on 3 players every year. You can have 3 players that you maintain cap on, or that you're going to absorb some of their cap hit on. That's the way the rules are written. So with those cellar dwellers, you have the flexibility with that.
Yes, I agree. But that said, if you're going to start again trading draft picks, I mean, see that's my whole thing. It's like, I don't know. I just think there are better ways to do it. Hold
on. Why would you be upset about trading draft picks? We've already said we're in win now mode, man.
Because you know what? Maybe try to move some guys off your roster, as opposed to continuing to get rid of draft picks.
No, what I don't understand. If you're competing for a cup, how the hell would removing players off of your current roster make you more of a competitor? How the hell does that work, Grumpy? Tell me.
Because I think the guys on our roster are imminently replaceable by anyone else in our system. We don't have high-end talent. We got a bunch of, it's Matty and the Jags for a reason. Okay? They're just regular players. I would try to move, instead of giving, you just can't give away draft picks year after year after year. It's just a recipe for disaster.
What the hell are we? Why are we not on the same page on this? I'm confused.
I don't think we're good enough. Who do you think we're going to add at the trade deadline? Who do you think we're actually going to add at the trade deadline?
Mark Giordano.
Mark Giordano.
Okay, who fits the MO of what the Islanders like?
So you want to trade for another?
Hold on. Are you gonna stop? Let me explain. Are we gonna go ahead? Who the hell are we gonna add as a left-handed defenseman? What fits the MO of Barry Trotz and Lou Lamoriello? Some aged veteran who is a left-handed defenseman that has a lot of experience and is a grizzled veteran who can go ahead and slide into a top 4 role. Who's the guy who like that? Who's got 1 year left on his deal? That would be a cheap rental or be a rental. Mark Giordano.
Okay, what's the thing that we've missed in the playoffs that stopped us both years? Both years.
What did I say? There are 2 things we need to address. 2.
Okay, what's the most important thing for us? What's the thing that has stopped us the last 2 years in the playoffs?
It's
inability to score goals. Who you want to trade for?
What is the big are you trying to tell me that a top 6 winger is more of a glaring need on this team as currently constituted than our 2 gaping holes at left-handed defense?
Yes. Because if the wingers come back, if we play team defense, you can live with a Chara, Salo, Green combination. You absolutely can live with that. But the thing is, we can't put the puck in the net. That's the biggest thing. Our inability to put the puck in the net. That's been our biggest issue the last 3 years. We don't put the puck in the net. We're in the bottom third in the league in scoring, and it's bitten us in the butt the last 2 years in the playoffs. I mean, those are just facts. Our teams, our schematic system defensively means that you can have a lesser defenseman back there and still get by. But you still got to be able to put the puck in the net, and it's something we have not been able to do.
All I'm going to say is this. I think the way the team is currently constituted, in the past, you could say, all right, we had Nick Leddy, and even 2 years ago, right? Or, we still had Devon Taves. So now you've lost Devon Taves and Nick Leddy, and you've replaced them with regulars and Andy Green and Zdeno Chara. I think that is more of a glaring need the team has at the moment. Again, I'm saying in an ideal world, you address both of those because I do think long-term, right? Goalie play, has always been fantastic. Our defense, I think, has taken a little bit of a step back. Our offense, I think, with Wallstrom performing, has taken a little bit of a step forward. That being said, we still have needs on the offensive side of the puck. I'd be lying to you if you said we didn't.
We're still giving up the least amount of goals in the NHL this season. So for all the defensive help that we need, we've still given up the least amount of goals in the NHL. So, to me, our defense is okay. And if we play team defense, Islander hockey like we did tonight, I thought Chara was barely noticeable out there because of the team defense concept, right? But what's the one thing we don't do? We don't create chances and we don't score goals. It's the same old record. It doesn't change. Just because we lost Leddy and we filled him with somebody else, defense is not the problem with this team. It's offense, and it always has been.
I will have to say I disagree with you on that one, Grumpy Old Man. And you talk about the goals against average. The Carolina Hurricanes have let in fewer goals than us this year. I'm not sure after today, right? Carolina Hurricanes before today were 1.67 goals against a game. The Florida Panthers 2.10, the Calgary Flames 2.10, Blues 2.22, Islanders 2.25. So I'm sure going to be a little lower. That being said, right, our goaltending is always fantastic. I'm just saying when you're going to be playing in the playoffs, those defensive pieces like your Charas and your Andy Greens will get exposed just like our inability to score gets exposed. In an ideal world, you address both of those issues. I think the biggest issue is the left-handed defense spot. That, again, we'll be following that, Grumpy Old Man. We'll be following that throughout the season. Okay. Mike Lem saying, hey, fam. He said, my grandmother's service there was today. Of course, the Islanders had to win one more just for her. Watch the last minute next to my grandfather.
Yeah, well, really sorry to hear that, Mike. Really sorry to hear that. Certainly condolences from TJ and I, and everyone who listens to this podcast, I'm sure has condolences for you. Really sorry.
For both you and Kim. Absolutely. Again, hate to hear that. And then Drew S saying, Grumpy, happy Croc-Vober. That's an odd one. Croc-Vober, a bossy-esque performance in Montreal followed by another goal tonight.
Okay. Pump the brakes, please, Drew. But I'm going to say it's Brovember. is what I called it. Brovember on Thursday. I called it Brovember. Crocvember, nah, but Brovember works for Brock. I'm going to give him his first name on this one. He's playing well so far this month. Good for him.
I've got to apologize. I've already lost some comments, Grump, because we went on so much talking about left-handed defense. I'm sorry, Grumpy. We went off on a
tangent. Okay, right off the top, I'm going to give a shout out to Islanders Misery, rated R, because I'm going to guarantee you those are the comments that were eliminated.
Oh man, it wasn't done on purpose. I'm sorry.
Pro Grumpy Old Man comments need not apply, because TJ, he's like a dictator over there. He's in control of the board, so he only puts up what he wants to put up.
Jake K saying, last podcast, I said that if Parise scores 10 goals, he is way better than Komarov. I want to redact that statement and say if Parise does not score, he's way better than Komarov at the same point. He's just a way better player than Komarov is. Full stop.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just don't see much of a difference. I don't think he hurts the team. I don't think he's helping the team. He's not lighting on fire. I'm not a Leo fan, but if he stays on the third or fourth line, what's the difference? And Jake, I'm going to call him the Galloping Greek from now on.
The Galloping Greek. Drew S said, TJ, dude, you gotta wear an undershirt if you insist wearing the pajama top.
Oh, button the damn thing up, man. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Really.
Oh, Grumpy. What happens if I just want to button it down, Grump? Would that make you upset? That makes me want to do it. Stephen R. said,
no one wants to see your belly hanging all over the table.
Stephen R. said, I love the energy Parise had tonight. Hope he can keep it up as the season goes on.
Yeah. I'm not disappointed in his play, but I'm just like, you know what? He's not a difference maker. Good. For $750,000, I'm all for it. He's certainly worth more than Leo Komarov at $3 million per. That much I can tell you.
Fair enough, Grumpy. Yeah, I would assume. And again, Leo Komarov. Ooh, hopefully we never have to see him get on the Islanders.
He'll play. He'll be back in the lineup at some point. He'll be the first guy up. You watch.
Really?
Barry loves him. They love certain guys. This Islander team is not a meritocracy. Never has been.
Fair enough, Grumpy. And then Eddie saying there's no way Varlamov should play until Sorokin blows a game.
I agree. Why would you give him a rest now? He's fantastic. His economy of movement, Butch even mentioned it today. You can tell when a goalie's struggling, right? I've talked about it numerous times. When a guy's falling into the net, when he's scrambling around a whole lot, man, he's just positionally so sound right now. He's not the biggest guy either, but it's like everything's hitting him flush. He's in the zone right now. Why would you give him a rest? I don't know. He'll play Varlamov. My biggest concern is Barry going back to, let's play Varlamov more now, because all you can do is steal the momentum that Sorokin has. Is that really what you want to do? He's younger. He can play a boatload of games, and it won't even matter at his age. I don't know. I'm like I said, I often think that Barry is sometimes the worst thing for this team, because he lets his favoritism of certain players get in the way of being good producing, being a big production. Like Sorokin. Why would you ever sit Sorokin at this point in time? Ever. 3 shutouts in 5 games. Then you gave up 1 goal in another one and 2 in another one. And that's the guy you want to sit?
Because they want to give him rest.
He don't need the rest. He's 26 years old. He doesn't need a rest.
To answer your question, you asked why would he do that? That's why.
No, he's doing it because he wants his vet to be. He wants Varlamov, his pal Varley, to be back in the net. That's what he wants. He wants Varlamov to be the starter. He does.
Stop. Alexander saying, make sure to check out these 2 awesome gents, TJ and the Grumpy Old Man Show. Just like this one, just as great. And as this one, make sure to check it out. Great job, gents. Thanks there, Alexander.
Alexander is great, because I'll tell you what, he gives us a lot of our fan fight segments, honestly, and they're fantastic. They really are. Mm-hmm. They're so much fun to watch. Breaking down fan fights. It's like, Al Berman, whoever it was, the guy who used to call him Bernstein, who used to call the fights and break it down. Dr. Ferdy Pacheco. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
I don't know any of those references, but I'll fly with it here. The cousin M says Sorokin holding it down big time, but Parise looking a wee bit better.
Because Sorokin is the difference. That's why. The difference. In capital THE, capital difference. The difference.
George saying, we beat a good team. Rest or no rest. Good job, boys.
Yeah, I could care less about the rest. I don't care that they played last night. That's just the way the schedule falls. I thought we played extremely well today. I don't know how good Winnipeg is. We'll find out, as the season goes on. But I consider it a good win. They were undefeated at home so far, and they're a team that can put the puck in the net, and we just shut them down.
Alexander saying, shout out to Isles Misery Rated R. There's one, Grumpy. See, they didn't all go away.
But he's not one of the Isles Misery Rated R guys, is he?
I think he is. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
What a film saying Butch explained why he calls it the toy department. He's right. I remember back in the day having to go to the top floor to find the good stuff.
Yeah. And they even put an old picture of it. Eaton's department store in Winnipeg, because that's where Butch is from. And they showed a picture of it back in the old days. A Woolworths was there. I don't even know if Woolworths is around any longer. I know it used to be in New York. I haven't gone a long time. And he's explained, that's where the toys were, on the top floor. And that's, he always, particularly at Christmas, he loved to go up there and tell his parents, yeah, I wanted this little motorcycle. I want this fire engine, whatever, And he kind of was regaling that tale. Good for him.
Absolutely. Tony Cheese said, where's your gold chain, TJ? Looking like a Long Island unwise guy.
Yeah.
It is.
You're missing your Mr. T starter set. Put a bunch of the gold chains. Yeah.
If I had the hair, if I could have the full head of hair like Mr. T did, I would be fine with it, because I'm a little follically challenged. Eddie said,
okay, 1 second. Truth be told, when I was maybe a little bit younger than TJ, and I was in really good shape back then in the Wayback Machine. Like I said, I mentioned about
years ago was that Grumpy.
I mentioned the lack of striation in TJ's pecs. Well, I had the striation, and I used to wear the chains down. I used to wear the shirt button down low. Yeah, it was a real look back in the day, back in the 1980s.
And everybody thought you were a tool, I'm sure. Eddie saying here, this was a solid win against a solid team.
True. Took care of business tonight and looked good doing it, right? Like I said, what was my complaint early season? Yeah, we're winning games, but we're not looking good, right? We weren't playing our style. Today, we played our style. If we play like this, we're tough to beat. We're just tough to beat.
Michael T said, what's up, kids? Good evening. Good evening, Michael T. What a film saying, yeah, TJ, button up. We don't like you that much.
Yeah, we don't like that much of you is what he wanted to say. You know what I mean?
Oh, man. Alexander saying Brock Nelson looks like a different player, faster and stronger. Grumpy, I'm going to be right back with you. I'll let you take that one.
Are you kidding me? We're not even an hour into the podcast. You got to go to the bathroom?
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, Brock Nelson has looked better the last couple of days. I think the fact that Palmieri, once again, why is the second line doing well? Because you got two real workers in that line in Beauvillier and Palmieri. And they're both better skaters than Josh Bailey. And it opens things up for Brock Nelson, right? Because they're line drivers. Brock isn't. Bailey certainly isn't. And that's giving him opportunities. And he's starting to finish. And you think about how many chances he had today, honestly, that he missed the net. On the empty net, he hits the post. That's a typical Anders Lee type goal or Josh Bailey goal, empty net. But he missed today, hits the post. He had another one where he had a wide open and he just kind of missed the net, and one from a feed from Beauvillier that just hopped over a stick. I mean, he's getting a lot of chances, and that's what you want. I mean, and he's streaky too. For everyone says, Anthony Beauvillier is streaky. Well, so is Brock Nelson. And right now, let's ride that hot streak and see how many goals he can put in, because he'll go cold eventually like he was early in the year. But for right now, I really can't complain. I mean, he's doing the job. I don't think defensively, I think that line has stepped up a little bit also. The one negative to the team is Josh Bailey and the fact that he was killing the second line and now he's murdering the first line. We got to find a way to get rid of him.
I like how I tune in on that portion. I love it. I love it. Michael T said, perfectly played game tonight. Played the system to a T. Another victory. Yes, yes, yes.
That was the first thing I thought. Is that we played Islander hockey today and looked really good. See how we bounce back tomorrow. I mean, I don't think Minnesota's that good. I didn't think Winnipeg's that good either. Like I said, they're not a Stanley Cup contender, but they're a playoff contender without a doubt. And so is Minnesota. So, but these are teams they're not the best teams in the league, so you should be able to take care of them. The teams I worry about are the top guys, the ones that we struggle with.
The creme de la creme. Tony Cheese saying Joshua Happenstance Bailey.
I'm going to give him credit today on that feed to Anders Lee. That was a nice play by him. That was a quick pass. It wasn't the typical Josh Bailey limp wrist pass. He rocketed that thing right over him, and Anders Lee rocket shot top corner. Good for him. I mean, that's a nice play right there. All created by Matt Barzal behind the net. One thing I want to say about Matt Barzal, does he seem like he's getting frustrated to you? I feel he is. I feel he's maybe a little bit unhappy.
What makes you say that? Because of the penalty he took today?
No, I just think that he looks a little frustrated. It seems like he's realizing that Barry's turned him into a third wing grinder now.
Third line grinder. God almighty, how many times could you mess that one up? Third wing grinder, third line grinder. I got it there.
All right. He's turned him into a grinder as opposed to an elite offensive talent, which is what he really is.
I don't think he's upset.
I think he looks frustrated. He's doing all the work on that line, all of it. When's his contract up?
Okay. I'm not worried about him leaving. That being said, maybe he looked frustrated tonight, but again, it was maybe because I don't think you need to blow that bad penalty out of proportion.
I didn't care about the penalty. He looked frustrated when he missed the net once. He hits the crossbar another time on the break. I thought he looked frustrated today. That's all.
Something to keep an eye on. Dave F said, solid game for Bailey tonight. Great passing, solid forechecking, and I think he had 2 hits.
I think maybe he fell down and somebody tumbled over him. I wouldn't classify those as hits.
Oh, you're ridiculous. Michael M is saying, love you guys. Love you too, Michael. And again, many thoughts and prayers there to you and Kim and the family there through this time period.
Without a doubt.
And Alexander said, I was shocked they didn't give Varlamov this game.
Not me. I mean, like I said, if I'm the coach, hey, Varley, we know you're healthy. Great. Keep working. This kid's on a freaking roll. He's going to play. And then maybe you're going to get 1 out of 3 starts for the rest of the year. This kid is the answer. Instead of making him call the difference, he's the answer. He's the answer. I'm serious. I was sitting here today watching the game and just watching him, and I'm like, this guy almost by himself could make us a contender. He's that good in net. He is that good. Wait till the rest of the league gets on what the grumpy old man's been saying for how long now. Just wait. And you watch. They will. Eventually, they all come around. They don't like to do it because they're afraid to go out on a limb. Not me. This kid is the answer. I've heard the difference. I've heard Sorokin. I'm just going to say the answer. He's the answer.
I like how you said grumpy man.
The grumpy man. Yeah, because I'm not that old.
Oh, goodness gracious, Grumpy. Eddie said, this is the best Islanders podcast, bar none. Love you guys. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much, Eddie.
Yes, Eddie. We need more people like you trumpeting the Islanders Never Say Die podcast and the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man podcast.
Looky there. I like how you
Which I'm guaranteed we're going to be talking about Aaron Rodgers again because he's the gift that just keeps on giving.
Oh, for certain he does. Michael M is saying Islanders of Misery rated R and the best Islanders podcast in town.
Yeah. That's it. Hold on. Oh, I felt good. Patting myself on the back.
Stop. The cousin M said, you got to play the White Whale again tomorrow. I know they certainly will not play Sorokin tomorrow just because, Barry's already said he's going to split it. But, man, the next game, think about it. The Islanders, and again, we talked about it, right? You're going to have where you're going to be in a situation where you're not going to have all these extra days of rest like we have been getting, right? We play Minnesota, then we don't play again until Thursday. Maybe they just want to make sure that Varlamov gets out there on the ice. But you play Thursday, then you have off until Monday. You play back-to-back on Monday and Tuesday. Then you have off until Saturday. But after that Saturday time period on November the 20th, that's when it's like, all right, now we're starting to get where we're playing 3-4+ games every single week.
Yeah, I'm just here's the thing. Why do I want him playing? And by the way, I'm surprised that you just call him the cousin M. It's the cousin Moe's. And isn't that like your favorite little television show is The Office?
I wanted to make sure I didn't. I'll be honest with you. I've never seen Moe's spelled before. So for now,
Football players are so dumb.
I said the cousin M. I grumpy. I mess up names left and right, so I said the cousin M.
Football players, listen to me, people. Football players are dumb.
Oh, look how cute that is, Grumpy.
It's just the truth. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate saying it. But selfishly, why do I want Sorokin playing besides the fact that, I've been yelling from the rooftops, he's the number one goalie. I don't want Barry to have an excuse to go one game on, one game off, one game on, one game off. Ride the hot goalie, right? You've done that in the past. Why not ride this kid? 3 shutouts in 5 games. You're not getting any hotter than that. He's given up 3 goals in 5 games. He's got a save percentage like 97%. Why would he come out of the game? It's like his plexiglass glued to the ends of the posts. I mean, nothing is getting by this guy. Why would you put somebody else in? I wouldn't.
Oh, my God.
He's 26 years old. He could run through a freaking brick wall and wouldn't even bother him.
I was about to say he's probably still he's feeling fine. He's a flexible goalie. He's young like that. He could definitely play.
It seems like I already made a couple of saves today. I mean, he just, you know how you know a goalie's really good? Because in big situations where, oh, look at that save. And he doesn't even seem like he barely moves at all because he's so positionally sound. We've seen before when he's scrambling around and he's still capable of doing that. But if he doesn't have to, just think about how much in the zone he is. The kid's in the freaking zone.
Stephen R. said, yes, TJ, keep this family friendly. Too much chest hair.
It looks like he shaves his chest from here.
No, I don't.
Looks to me.
It's just because it's so pale, it's tough to see the hairs on it, is all it is.
All right. We don't. Why don't we talk about chest?
You asked, I answered.
No, I said it looks like you shaved it. I don't want to talk about your chest hair. I said button your shirt up. That's all I said.
I don't have a top button, for the love of Christ. How many more times I got to tell you this? You say safety pennant up. I don't know. I'm not. Again, does these fingers look like they're really good with like needle pointing things? No, they're not. I could give you the short answer. They're not. So
why don't you? Do you ever have a clothespin? Do you know what that is?
Why the hell would I put a clothespin on this?
Because no one wants to see your chest. That's why.
I'll have to take it to a tailor, get him to add 1 button on the top. Jeremy F saying, minus New Jersey and the Rangers playing later, the Metro all are .550 winning percentage or higher. The Central and the Pacific divisions only have 3 teams that would make the Metro's top 8, and only 4 in the Atlantic.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, those 4 in the Atlantic are really good. The 4 in the Atlantic are really good. And, but here's the thing, right? And that's why I say, we always kind of take things with a grain of salt. Yeah, we've had a beneficial early schedule and good because, I mean, if you're on a long road trip, we've had, the spacing between games, but we benefited playing the Chicagos and the Arizonas of the world.
I was about to say, I wouldn't call it a beneficial first half of the schedule. I think, I think the league helped us out a little bit because they said, oh, wow, the arena's not going to be open on time the way it was originally scheduled. So we're going to have to start you off on a 13-game road trip. The only way we can try to make sure that this doesn't, possibly put a real dagger in the season for you guys is, hey, we're going to give you that ample amount of space and rest within this road trip. So, you're able to go ahead and reset and you're able to make sure that everything goes smoothly with it. And again, I think the league helped us out in that aspect, and I'm glad they did. Obviously, a 13-game road trip to start the season, kind of self-inflicted, didn't have the arena ready. But, I think the league kind of met us halfway on that one and said, hey, we're going to make sure you guys have ample space and rest on this road trip.
Yeah, true.
Absolutely. And then Jeremy F saying, yeah, the Jets are 7th in the league with goals per game. Thanks there for that, Jeremy. Michael T saying, so Sorokin is our number 1. I'm fine with that. But it means if we're going to win the cup, we're going to have to win games like tonight, 2-0, 3-0, 3-1, et cetera, et cetera. Grumpy, will you be able to handle that?
Okay. It doesn't matter who the goalie is. Those are the games we're going to have to win those scores because we don't score enough. And I'd rather give up no goals than 1 or 2.
Hold on.
But
He's saying because our style, we have to play that stingy style of defense, and we have to win games. We cannot win games 5-3, or let's say 6-4. It's just not, it's just not something that we do a lot of that. And so we're going to have to win a lot of those games that are tight, close, contested games where they're low scoring. And again, every single inch is fought out there on the ice for. He's asking you, are you going to be able to handle that, Grumpy?
We don't have the talent to win any other way. So, I mean, but we knew that going in. We've talked about this numerous times. It's tough to win every game 2-1, 1-0, 3-2. It's tough because it's a grind, and the season's going to be a grind. We've seen with this team, an older team, when it goes late into the season, we kind of our performance tails because I think the guys wear out a little bit. That's why we've been preaching play guys, rotate the lineup. Barry doesn't want to do that. Hopefully it doesn't bite us in the butt at the end, during the business end of the season.
David D said Sorokin is the real deal. The New York Islanders goaltender, age 26 years old, 3 shutouts in 4 games. Is it maybe 5 games? I can't remember. Played on the same Russian team as our goaltender on the Rags. The reason why he slipped in the draft is nobody thought he'd play and come over to North America. Lou Lamoriello convinced him.
Well, he still went in the 3rd round. I don't think that no one thought he was going to come. The reason why the goalies notoriously slip is because you can't project them at a really young age. Kudos to Lou Lamoriello, though, for signing him. He wasn't going to come here if Garth Snow was continuing to be the GM. So that was a big move by Lamoriello. He did it by in conjunction with replacing Leonard with Varlamov, and then went after Sorokin. And that was probably, I want to say, his best player personnel move since he's been here.
I'm going to go ahead and give kudos and pats on the back all the way around. And I know you're going to love the way this sounds, Gumpy. A good job by Garth Snow drafting Sorokin. It was a good job of Lou Lamoriello bringing Sorokin over, and a fantastic job by Barry Trotz of being a fantastic coach. I don't know, Grumpy. I think credit goes all the way around on that one. I don't think I want to say just credit there for Lou Lamoriello. I got to give credit also. To Garth Snow, right? Drafted him in the 3rd round, saw something in him. Garth Snow had a lot of those players that are their mainstays and top 4 defensemen for us. They're top line guys for us too. That were drafted later on in the draft.
I want to mention one thing here while I remember it. That Butch gets his running orders. They tell him who to promote on the podcast, who to rip. Muscle memory, Matt Barzal got ripped today for taking a penalty. Like, what about all the other lame penalties that the Islanders have been taking during the season at the worst opportune times? We won't talk about those, but we're going to go on a 45-second rant on Matt Barzal in a game that was over. Okay, fine. But when he said that it was Chara who took down,
my God, yes.
You're going to let me finish, or you want to jump in?
No, I'm going to finish. I just say, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That he took down Scheifele with a big body check, and Scheifele was hurt. Butch, just to let you know, that was Adam Pelech, not Zdeno Chara, who laid that body check on Scheifele.
Well, no, he said Chara, I want to say about 3 or 4 times during that 15 or 20-second long clip, and Brendan's just, biting his tongue, being like, holy crap. I mean, we're watching the replay. You and I, Butchie, are watching this replay together up here in the booth, and we can all see it's number 3, right? Zdeno Chara is the biggest human out there on the ice, right? So unless it looks like everybody else is a midget compared to him, it's not Big Z. It's quite clearly Adam Pelech. 3 is being showed, plastered there on his back, and he just kept saying, Zdeno Chara, it's an excellent job. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, am I the only one who's seen this? This is Adam Pelech. I'm like, please, Brendan, say something. And he did, and I'm happy he did. He's like, oh, sorry, yeah. So it's not a move he would expect from Adam Pelech. He would expect that type of move there from Big Z.
I thought that Butch was struggling today early in the podcast, really struggling.
Broadcast, Grumpy.
Yeah, whatever. Like I said, I'm struggling right now because that's what I thought. When I heard him mumbling and bumbling over a bunch of things early on, I'm like, ooh, you know what? Sometimes I do that. But here's the thing. I realize I'm doing it as I'm doing it. I don't know if Butch did. Maybe he'd been drinking today during the telecast. Just kidding, of course. This a bit. Maybe he'd been drinking, so he thought 3 was actually 33 because he was seeing double. Maybe that's the only excuse I can give him.
I love how we have to, when we have a little bit, we have to explain it's a bit for people.
I hate having to explain things because, people are offended. They get offended so easily.
Yep, absolutely.
The snowflakes of the world get very easily offended.
Ben Killa said, "Where is THG?"
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that is, Ben Kelly. You're going to have to be more specific. Michael T said possibly the Lula Murillo, Barry Trotz. Go ahead.
He's Lula Murillo, so he's trying to be funny. Lula Murillo, Barry Trotz system winning a cup. Oh boy.
Hey, so Barry Trotz has won a cup before. I still think those areas we need to improve on, and he had a hell of a lot more talent on the team. That being said, I think our goaltending is way better than they had in that Washington. It's way better than Holtby, way better than any of the goalies that they had in Washington. So, you talk about the advantages we have over them. I think that's a plus. I mean, we talked about it all the time. Having a hot goalie can win you a Stanley Cup alone.
True. But you know what? Having Alex Ovechkin and Kuznetsov and Oshie and John Carlson, the list goes on and on. Having those guys on your team really make it tough too. I mean, those are good. They were a good team for a reason. They were Stanley Cup not because of Barry Trotz. It was because of the talent they had on the team.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then, I'll tell you, it's I liked and I love the move that we made to get rid of Johnny Boychuk's long-term injury contract. I'm telling you, having $10 million in cap space at the trade deadline projected is fantastic for us. I could not have been more happy. I'll be honest with you. When everything was transpiring, I'm like, okay, what are we going to do in order to free up some cap space? Because we are going to need to add a top 4, a left-handed defenseman, and ideally also some offensive pop to the party. I was wondering, how is that going to happen? Why are you exacerbated by it, Grumpy? It's true, right? We talked about how do we get there. I think we've been very critical of Lou. Very critical. I think this year has been his best job as a general manager so far for this organization, bar none. I think this has been a fantastic year all the way around from the offseason.
He's done nothing to improve the team.
Except if the true trade rumor by Coach Tommy B, the man with the inside hand, was true, that we could have gotten Vladimir Tarasenko for a second and Samuel Bolduc, and we did not do that. Yikes. That was the one you didn't want to miss on. But I think this has been, we talk about the moving and shaking he's done. I think this has been one of the better years we've had with him, as our general manager.
I disagree. I think it's been the worst offseason he's had.
No, I'm talking about year as a whole, offseason and current date.
Terrible. The team got worse. And you had to shed these contracts because of all the bad contracts that you signed. And here's the thing. They're not going to get a scoring winger at the trade deadline. Will not happen. Absolutely will not happen. Unless you subtract someone off of your existing roster, it's not going to happen. They might get another defenseman, but there's no way they're going after a scorer. Who's going to sit? Who are you going to trade to get the scorer? Because all the lines are filled up.
Who are we going to trade? Draft capital, my friend. I know you hate to hear it.
Who are you going to replace? Who are you going to take out of the lineup?
You're probably going to take out Zach Parise. You're probably going to take out – injuries happen too. You're going to take out – you're probably going to take off – if I'm thinking who's the most replaceable player on a team, I know Parise has played well. But seriously, I think it could be a guy like that. Injuries happen every year too. So we could be doing that to address an injury as well.
Oh, okay.
I think you're ignoring what we did regarding the re-signings of Pelech and Pulak. How team friendly deals those were.
Signing your own players back is not improving the team. The team is not improved from last year. It hasn't. It's not.
I guess we'll agree to disagree. I'm optimistic. Okay. What can I say? I'm always optimistic, though.
You're already desperate for a left-handed defenseman. Desperate because we don't have one. Desperate. Well, we had one last year. We didn't replace any of our wingers. They're all the same guys. I mean, so how is that? It's like, I don't know. What do you say? It's addition by subtraction? I don't think so.
No, oh my gosh. That being said, Nick D saying, yep, we're getting a lot of those comments too. According to CBC announcers, the Jets are top 4 in offense. The Jets played the night before against the Blackhawks. Again, the Winnipeg Jets are a good offense there. We're getting that there a little bit. I'm just saying I'll be interested to see how that continues to transpire. They've played a lot of the cellar dweller teams. Again, I might be completely wrong, eating my words on that one, like my take with the Carolina Hurricanes. I thought, hey, after you lose Dougie Hamilton, Nedeljkovic, I think you're going to be taking a little bit of a step back. They look like they've been in, full on domination mode. So
Again with Nedeljkovic, he played 10 games for them last year.
Nedeljkovic played more than 10 games. He played like 30 games, 20, 30 games.
He did not play that many games in the regular season. He just didn't. You can go pull it up all you want. Postseason doesn't count. Talking regular season. He did not play a whole lot of games for Carolina. Mrazek was a starter there. Okay. Next comment. Go ahead. You can put another comment up while you're trying to prove me wrong. And don't try to do your.
Are you unable to draw anything out longer than that one?
I don't want
started 23 games. 23 games. I told you 20, 30 games. 23 games he started for me.
You said 30. Now it's 20.
Right. It was 40. It was 52 games last year, right? Played about half the game.
Hey, there's no loss with that kid. We've seen him in Detroit. They knew what they were doing. You know what? They're a smart team. They know what they're doing. I got to give them credit. Everything they touch. Tony DeAngelo looks like fantastic over there. I mean, actually looks like he plays defense there. Ethan Bear. My gosh, he plays he's the first defense pairing now, and I thought he looked good against us. He's looked good the whole year. He's good. They know what they're doing there. And you know what? They're not afraid to make moves. They're trying to win. It's not the beer league. It's not where we want to keep everybody because we like everyone. Win a cup.
Grumpy, do you know what time it is?
Ugh. It's TJ bungling an ad time.
Why do you say TJ bungling an ad time?
Because that's what you do. You bungle the ads.
Oh, today's podcast brought to you by DraftKings. The NHL season is underway, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, has an unbelievable offer to celebrate the greatest sport on ice. New customers can bet just $1 on any NHL game and win $100 in free bets if either team scores a goal. Doesn't matter if it's a one-time clapper or a deft deflection. However they light the lamp, you win. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state yet, DraftKings won't leave you empty-handed. Everyone can play for huge cash prizes all season long with DraftKings Daily Fantasy Sports Contest. DraftKings is giving all new customers a free shot at millions of dollars in total prizes with their first deposit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the promo code THPN. Throw down a $1 on any NHL team and win $100 in free bets if either team scores a goal. This week, one puck in the net nets you a big win with the promo code THPN at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. You must be 21 years or older in New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. A minimum of $5 deposit and a $1 wager is required. One per customer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
How many pucks do you have to put in the net to get this thing?
One, Grumpy.
Okay.
One puck. One puck in the net, huh? One puck.
Okay. You mentioned it a couple of times, so I just figured I want to make sure you got it right.
Yeah, just one puck. So as long as the game doesn't go into like shootout, a 0-0 shootout game, hey, you put the puck in the net.
Okay. All right.
Fair enough. Moving right along there. Eli saying, really impressed by our end of the game penalty kill. Winnipeg is 6-12 on the power play at home, according to the broadcast.
Yeah, they're really good on the power play. They have offensively talented players. Like I said, I don't think they're real good defensively, but they are good offensively. I mean, here's the thing: the game was over by then. It was 2-0 down. It was 3 minutes left to go in the game. It's I think it's different if there are penalties earlier in the game when the game is not in, when it's in doubt. But I never thought we were going to lose today. After that second goal went in, that was it. Done.
For certain. Andrew L. said, Grumpy old man, did you play hockey back in the day? And if so, what position?
I was a power forward. Drive that net, score a lot of goals.
Is that what it was, huh? You weren't one of the pretty danglers out there on the ice, Grumpy?
Nope, not at all. It was a man's game back then.
Oh, Michael T saying Brock Nelson on pace to score 40 goals. Grumpy, do you hear that? That's what the media cartel might be saying now too. Hey, based off of this clip, if Brock Nelson performs the way he did the last two games, I think he could maybe put up over 150 goals this season.
Yeah, we'll see. He's hot. He's hot. Hey, keep on putting the pucks in the net, Croc.
Absolutely. Eddie saying Bailey is the lowest common denominator.
Yeah. To me, if you want to get a winger, you have to move Bailey. That's what you have to do. You have to, and that was my point about getting a scoring winger at the deadline, perhaps. You're going to have to take someone off the roster, not a third line player. It's not going to make a difference. You need a top line scorer, a top line winger. That's the difference between being a true contender and being what we are. Okay? Things have to break.
You got the cap space to be as creative as we want at the trade deadline. With that move that Lamoriello made, we've got the ability to be as creative as we want.
Okay, but you still have to get rid of someone off your roster. He's not going to sit a Josh Bailey. Maybe he'll sit Oliver Wahlstrom. Certainly not going to sit Palmieri.
Oh my God, stop. He's not going to sit Oliver Wahlstrom.
But that's my point. That's my point. They're not going to upgrade the offense because that means they'd actually have to move someone off of the main roster. That's what we were saying with Tarasenko, right? You had to get rid of Bailey. You had to be so he could play on the first line, and then you have Palmieri on the second and Wahlstrom on the third, right? But if you still have that glut of players, I don't care how good the player they could bring in Gretzky or Ovechkin, and they still wouldn't sit Bailey because he likes Bailey.
Stop. Oh man, Grumpy, you got to stop with that.
I'm just telling you, if you want to get a sniper, you're going to have to move somebody who's currently in the lineup. There's just no way around it.
We're going to open up the phone lines here, guys. You can call in on the top left portion if you want to talk some Islanders. Say, hey, I can't believe Brock Nelson's been lighting it up. You can call in, speak here with TJ and Grumpy Old Man. As Grumpy says, keep it short there so we can keep the calls and the comments moving right along. But we have opened up the phone line. Michael T said Barzal will have 2 goals or more tomorrow. Book it, bet on it. Michael T also says here, Grumpy, you're the best. At what? I have no idea.
Very good. Michael he's trying to do the DraftKings tie-in, I think, by putting the book it and bet it, I think.
Oh, man, Grumpy. Look at that. Book it, bet it. That being said, Grumpy. Hey, you're live here with TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. Who do we have calling in?
D-Cut, what's up, boys?
What's up, D-Cut? How are you?
Good. TJ, Grump, how you guys doing?
Wonderful. And listen here, everyone who's listening, I want you to listen to D-Cut. He does the calls the way you're supposed to do them. Not like somebody who calls up and thinks it's the, Joe Montadot show and they go on for 15 minutes. You watch how D-Cut does it. That's exactly how it should be done. He's a professional. From Isles, rated R.
Misery rated R, Grumpy.
I'm sorry. Isles Misery rated R. I'm sorry I blew that. I gave D-Cut, listen to me though. I gave you props earlier because TJ dropped a bunch of comments and I know they were your comments. So I made sure that I gave you props right off the top.
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 comments in there TJ mysteriously forgot, but that's all right. I'm used to it, Grump. 3 things, and thanks for the shout out, Grump. TJ, you keep bringing up this self-inflicted UBS issue. It wasn't self-inflicted. All New York State construction sites were shut down for 2 months during COVID, so you gotta stop saying that, buddy. Second thing, Hellick, an absolute beast. The last 5 or 6 games, the guy, he may be the best defensive defenseman in the league. Third thing, and I'll let you go. The guy I'd like to see them get around the deadline, Cam Fowler, lefty, 29 years old, signed for 4 more years. He could play with Mayfield this year and maybe play with Dobson the next 3 years. Well, you have Mayfield play with Salo. I think you'd have 6 defensemen that could stick together for 4 or 5 years. Thanks for the time, guys. I appreciate it. Great show as always. Hope everything's great with you and your families, and be well.
Thanks there, D-Cup, for the call in, Grumpy. I'll let you go ahead and respond there to that.
On the first one, TJ, stop being so stupid. On the second one, Pellick has been great. On the third one, I don't think Cam Fowler's who they're looking at. I don't think they want to bring that much salary on. And I don't think he plays enough defense for their liking either.
Yeah, so I'll tell you.
But I wouldn't mind seeing him on this team.
We've got options. I really do think Mark Giordano. I saw it. It was past the Phil's facts. He meant Grumpy. Phil's faxed it.
It's too late to be talking about Phil's fax.
What are you afraid he's going to put you to sleep or
He's
something?
going to put everyone, the whole audience, to sleep is what he's going to do.
Oh man, come on, Grumpy. No, that's not true. Oh, that's not true, Grumpy. You're not going to have any response to that, Grump? Any response there besides the Cam Fowler? Just a little quick one, because I'm trying to link calls in. I can't have you just sitting there like a bump on a freaking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Usually, I hear the beeps. I think people are coming in. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to go after Cam Fowler. I think they want somebody who's more defensive, particularly if they're going to pair him with Dobson. I mean, to me, they need another puck mover. I'm not opposed to Cam Fowler, but I don't know what his salary is.
Hey, you're live. You're live here with TJ and a Grumpy Old Man. Who do we have calling in?
Hey, boys, it's Paul from Texas again, calling from the pit of misery, called the pit of misery of Dallas Stars country. How y'all doing tonight?
Hey, Paul, doing well. How about you?
Good. Grumpy. I gotta disagree with you on the not playing Varley tomorrow. I think they have to play Varley at least on back-to-backs, because you don't understand how much goalies have the higher capacity of injuring themselves, because they're stretching in all different directions and putting and configuring their body in weird angles with the butterfly. I want to make sure that Sorokin is going to be able to play 4 years in the future and be able to play out this contract and not have a DiPietro situation. I actually want to make sure that he doesn't play. I don't want him to be run to the ground like Carey Price has been throughout his entire career. Why do you think he's out for majority parts of the season in the later half of his stage of his career? I want him to be able to be a goaltender for 10 more years. So I honestly think we shouldn't run him into the ground.
He's like freaking Gumby, though. I mean,
I know.
I mean, you don't see any of the young Russian goalies ever get hurt. I mean, it's the way they train over there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. To me, I have no problem riding that horse as long as you can. If he's winning, I'm riding him. That's me.
Yeah, I agree with that part of it. I agree with your mindset, but it's like I don't want to push it. I'm like, I don't want him to get run into the ground. Like I understand like the Russians are showing over, but look at Varlamov. He got hurt. He's gotten hurt throughout his career. He got traded to Russia. So it's like I want to make sure that he has longevity of his career, and especially for the benefit of the player, not just for the benefit of the Islanders, but the benefit of the player.
Yeah, well, I think Varlamov's 34 years old too. I don't even know what his injury was in the offseason. TJ, do you know?
He had a little bit of a, what do they say, like a little bit of a muscle strain. I think it was like hip or groin, something like that. Here's the thing: as goalies get older, those groins and those hips do kind of get a little stiffer. I mean, you don't have the same flexibility and the maneuverability that you have when you're younger in the prime of your career. That being said, Grumpy, I think it's Sorokin's net. I mean, yeah, he's your clear number one, but I have no problem at all giving Varlamov starts, in the back-to-back scenarios. I think, again, ideally, you want Sorokin playing 50-plus games this season. I mean, like, if you've got Varlamov to play 30, then I think you've got a good 1A, 1B tandem with Sorokin being your clear 1A, ready to take you in the playoffs to the magical lands, to the promised lands.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think he should not play 60 games. Like, I don't want him to play 60, 70 games. I want him to play at least maybe like 55 in that mid to upper 50 range, but definitely have Varley at least play 30 games.
That's cool. And you know what? I'm not opposed to that, but my concern is that Barry Trotz is going to fall back in that familiar pattern of playing the veteran over the better younger player. That's my concern. I don't want to see Varlamov.
I agree with that.
I don't want to see Varlamov go in there and post a shutout and go, well, gosh, Varley's great. We're going to ride Varley for a while. See how good he was that shutout? Because he's done that before in the past. So that's my concern.
I completely agree. And I completely agree. You are the same mind, Grumpy. You are the same person, just different birthday. Completely have the same mindset.
Thanks so much, Paul, for the call in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, Grumpy Old Man. I think give Varlamov the start, let him work his way in. I don't think it's going to be like, hey, muscle memory now. Varlamov wins over the net. In my opinion, this is Sorokin's net to take. Sorokin has to play poorly, or Varlamov has to say, I'm going to up the ante. I'm going to play even better. I'm going to post better more. I don't think he can, but that being said, that's the only way I think he could win that spot back or win that net back.
I just think that Trotz values the veteran over the young player. And if he can, if Varlamov shows anything, he's going to go back to Varlamov. That's my concern. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that's my concern is he falls right back into that Barry Trotz pattern. Really tough to get out of that Trotz groove, worn out after 30 years of coaching, we ain't changing. And he wants to just ride his guy, ride the veteran. Well, I know it, Varley's given up 10 goals in the last 3 games, but you want to know what? You know what? He's been really good in big, a couple of years ago, he was really good. I know Sorokin has 9 straight shutouts, but you know what? That Varlamov, he's got a lot of pelts on the wall. Gotta ride that guy.
Oh, goodness gracious, Grumpy. Oh, man, oh, man. Eddie's saying, can't believe Barzal missed that breakaway, but can't believe Nelson missed that open net even more.
Yeah, Barzal had the goalie. He had a beat, just hit the crossbar. But, yeah, Nelson's got to hit the net there. I couldn't believe when Butch said in the second period, Nelson comes in with Dobson on a 2-on-1, and, of course, he never even thinks about passing to Dobson, and he misses the net. I mean, and even Butch said, you got to put it on net. At least put it on net. And he didn't. So.
Yan M said, hey, guys, nice game tonight, but I do get nervous when Chara is on. If you ever notice, he rarely makes the extra step to take his man. His long reach serves him well, but come on, you can't afford for him to be lazy.
I think he doesn't take that extra step because he can't. I think it's a real struggle for him at this age. Believe me, when you get to be a little bit older, it's tough to take those extra steps all the time. I know exactly what you're saying though.
Have you ever done training where you've got like a box and you're doing quick steps up and down off the box, like 1-2 legs, put one leg up, second leg up, one leg down on the ground, and you do it quick like that, right? When you're young, bam, you're able to rep them out like nobody else's business. When you start getting older, those steps start to get a little slower. And, in lieu of that, hey, maybe instead of me putting each foot up there, I can maybe jump up, jump down. So, I mean, you find ways because as the slower you get, your foot speed starts to decrease. You're not as nimble there on the ice. The guy's 44 years old. I wouldn't call it too late. I just don't think he physically is able to do it. He's not able to move at a quick enough pace with his legs. So he says, instead, I'm going to reach instead of leaving my body exposed by taking another stride and being off balance. I mean, hell, look how many times he's been knocked on his ass this year. I think that's maybe another reason why he's trying to stay. I want to stay within my base. I don't want to try to overextend or overstride or anything like that, or I'm going to be knocked on my ass.
Here's the thing. I think that he doesn't trust his change of direction skills at this point. So he's a little bit late. He wants to make sure that he doesn't commit too early. And the thing is, by the time he does commit, the guy is by him. Because if he bites too early, a guy puts a move on him, just walks in. Because if you ever notice, the guy will walk around him every time to the outside. Never to the inside, always to the outside. And I think it's because he realizes if I commit too soon to protecting the outside, he's going to give me the old okey doke and walk in.
And what do they always say too? They always say the easiest path is always to get to the inside. That is the quickest route for them to score a goal and to create that separation. If you can at least force them along the outside, you have the ability to maybe ride them along the boards or at least to cut down the angle that the skater has and the offensive player, the forward has. So as long as you prevent that inside move a little bit, prevent opening up early. Hopefully your goalie can maybe fight it off. You can maybe get your hands on him, reach at him, grab at him. But I think you're 100% right on that assessment, Grump.
That's why people listen to this podcast, because they get insight here that the other people aren't capable of giving them.
That is true. Matthew S. said, Grumpy sees Bailey. He's hating, trying to catch him riding dirty.
Bailey sucks.
You know what? That's a song, right, Grumpy?
Okay, if it's a song like after 1990, I don't know what it is. So I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Jeez Louise, Grumpy. Eddie said Chara's still a liability. Need to see some of the kids.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, maybe Salo around Christmas. Maybe isn't tomorrow the perfect time to put in Aho? But here's the thing: what happens if Aho makes a mistake? He's gonna get Hosanged, just like Bellows has been Hosanged, like Ladd got Hosanged, like Hosang got Hosanged.
No, goodness. Different Mind says, do you think Trotz told Char to stop taking dumb penalties?
I think that he didn't tell him anything. He might have said, hey, Z, Yeah, we can't be doing that.
I was about to say, I always wondered how like conversations like that with all-time greats go a little differently with a coach. You'll see this sometimes with players who are at a different level. The way a coach speaks and interacts with the player is completely different than how they interact with a guy who might be a top, a bottom six guy that's just trying to go ahead and foot the bill out there, trying to make himself where I'm a consistent starter every night. If you're a guy like Big Z, you're going out there and saying, man, we can't be taking penalties like that. We can't be having you in the box 2 to 4 minutes every single night. And Big Z's like, I know, I'll work on it. It's not like he needs to go ahead and berate a guy like Big Z. It's just kind of like, I know, but I just have to have this conversation with you.
I bet you that conversation didn't even go like that. It went like this. He'd go into it, see, 2 penalties today. And that's all he had to say. Because Chara knows. He knows. Here's the thing, right? He has no problem ripping a Matt Barzal in the press. Even when Chara's playing like absolute trash, he compliments him. He never rips him in the press. He compliments him. So what a great job he's doing. This is more than we expected from him. If this is more than you expected from him, what were the expectations for him? No one ever asked a follow-up question.
So I've always believed this. You should never freaking rip any of your players in the press. Ever, 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 ever. I always had issues when Barry would rip the young guys in the press and never the old guys, right? Because I'm like, we're treating people different. Some people need the carrot. I get it. Some people need the stick. That being said, there's no way in hell he's ever going to rip a veteran in the press. A veteran like Big Z, doesn't matter how miserably he could be playing. He could be minus 57 in 10 games. He's not going to say, hey, Zdeno Chara needs to do better out there. He needs to do this. He needs to do that. We're just going to say, oh, maybe he needs some rest. He hasn't been looking himself. We need to make sure he gets mentally focused there. And, he's been dealing with a lot. Whatever they're going to say. They're not going to rip him to the press, though.
Right. It's like, if he only scored 2 goals like in 140 games of power play, you won't rip him in the press. You keep rolling him out there every day. I never believe in coaches ripping players in the press anyway. I mean, you can rip them behind closed doors, but I just think it sets a bad example if you're ripping certain players in the press and not others.
Okay. That being said, he hasn't ripped anybody in the press.
No. I'm just speaking in generally, not necessarily about him. I never think it's a good idea for coaches to rip players in the press, unless you rip everybody in the press, which I still don't think is great.
Not with John Tortorella.
Not with today's athletes anyway. I just think they just think they're different. So, but I mean, behind closed doors, you should be able to rip anybody you want, but you treat everyone the same when it comes to that. Don't have sacred cows and favorites.
William C. said, oddly enough, Bailey and Lee had good chemistry on the first line, albeit Bailey is not a first liner.
I always thought that Nelson, Bailey, and Lee had good chemistry. To me, Matt Barzal looks lost and disinterested with those two out there. His game has taken a step back. Ever since Bailey got there, he ain't done nothing. Nothing. He ain't done nothing. How's that for good English?
He's done
nothing. From the British Broadcasting Company, he has done absolutely nothing.
I will say, Matt Barzal, if you would have told me 10 games, we're now 9 games into the season, what could probably be 10 games into the season, you're looking at 3 goals and 1 assist from Matt Barzal 9 games into the season, I would call you crazy. The guy's an assist machine. He's definitely improved his ability to shoot the puck. It's not like he's, his assist numbers are down for lack of trying or being more selfish on the puck. He
doesn't have a shooter to work with. That's the problem. He doesn't have a shooter to work with.
Yep. And Josh Bailey is a guy who's predominantly a pass-first player who, in an ideal scenario, if he's running 100% optimization, he's able to distribute the puck well. But that's Matt Barzal is a playmaker who looks to pass first, shoot second. So you've got 2 of those guys on the line. And Anders Lee is a guy who I make my bread and butter right in front of the goalie or at the hashes. I'm not taking long-range shots. I'm not going to go ahead and win a lot of goals with a fantastic wrist shot. Unless I'm right in front of the net, I'm not scoring a lot of goals. So it is unfortunate, right? You're going to see the point production suffer for Matt Barzal. Unless that were to change up, I don't think we're going to see gaudy numbers from Matt Barzal. I really did believe if you put Kyle Palmieri back on that line, you're going to see increased point production out of him.
Think about how much better the line was when he was on there. Josh Bailey murdered the second line. Now now this line is on the slow drip too. It just is what it is. He doesn't fit. He's a third line player. And here's the thing. Again, Barzal needs a sniper. I've been saying it for years. We don't do anything about it. We'd rather bring in retreads. Rather bring in. And here's the thing: I'm not disappointed with what Kyle Palmieri is bringing. I mean, is he worth $5 million a year with the numbers he's putting up? Does he have any goals this year? I don't think so. 10 games in, no goals.
9 games.
I mean, come on. It is what it is.
Michael T said, honestly, it looks like Char's starting to is slowly catching up.
No, I think the rest of the team defense is getting better, which means that he's not exposed as often.
Jeff F also kind of gelling or echoing what you're saying. Yeah, defense starting to gel. Second line is rolling. Sorokin is an elite talent.
I agree with all three of those things.
Mm-hmm. Tom H said 12 games. I want 12 points.
I'd want 24 points in 12 games. That's me, though.
And then Robert G said, wouldn't we be better with Golashev in the Baylor out?
That's not happening. Golashev will never play for this team. Never.
Well, it's funny. They were just actually talking about Anatoly Golashev and the numbers he was producing here in Bridgeport. And, they're kind of going over, hey, it's kind of make it or break it time for him. He's been putting up points in gaudy amounts. Will he get his chance, right? 7 games played so far for Bridgeport this season, five goals, 1 assist. He's been playing well. And again, you could argue that the majority of those goals he scored have been assisted by Simon Holmstrom, maybe inflating those stats. But hey, Grumpy, Simon Holmstrom, 10 games played, 1 goal, 6 assists.
Simon Holmstrom sucks. He's exactly what they want, a new Josh Bailey. A new guy who doesn't do anything well, doesn't do anything exceptionally poorly. He's just around.
Oh man, I think he's a good passer. He's not, an extreme skater, an extreme playmaker. He's good at passing.
What's his plus minus now? What's his plus minus now?
For Simon Holmstrom?
Yeah.
He's +1, I believe.
+1.
I'm not sure if those are with tonight. I'm not sure if those are with tonight's stats added in though.
But he was a -5 till he played on along with Golashev. You see what I mean? He's a sidecar.
-3.
Okay. He's a sidecar, just like Josh Bailey is a sidecar. They benefit from the talent of others. They're like parasites, actually.
Jeff F saying here, good road win versus a hot and talented team.
Yeah, like I said, I think it was a good win too. I don't know how good Winnipeg is. I think they're a playoff team, particularly out in the West. But we'll see. I mean, they benefited from playing some of the weak sisters of the poor too.
Eli said the Islanders would be top 3 in point percentage in any other league, any other conference, except any other division, except the Metro. In the Metro, they're 5th in point percentage. Just shows you how stacked the Metro is, even though many people thought it would be mediocre this year. Now, it's funny. We talked about our expectation of the Metro this season. I said it was going to be the 2nd strongest division that was out there. I thought the Atlantic was going to be the toughest division, but it's still early yet, so maybe things will kind of even out. But I think that the Metro is better than both of those divisions out in the West. The Western Conference is miserable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The West is terrible. I still think the Atlantic has the best teams. But for balance, I think the Metro is the strongest.
Michael T said, I want to play Tampa, Carolina, and Florida ASAP.
Careful what you ask for. I'm just going to say they're good. To me, they're the 3 best teams in the league. 3 best teams in the league.
Yeah.
And the thing that sucks is that they're all in our conference. That sucks.
One of them is in our division, and the other 2 are in the Atlantic.
And Carolina just absolutely owns us. It reminds me how the Flyers used to own us 5, 6, 7 years ago. I mean, I just hate those damn Flyers. And I hated watching the games because I knew we were going to lose. And, that's turned around now. But still, I mean, Carolina, man, I know they lost today. They had a bad first period, but holy crap, they're good.
Yep. And then Different Minds said, Char doesn't look so embarrassing when he skates backwards. LOL.
Yeah. Alex, I'm not going to bag on Chara. Not going to do it.
Alexander's saying, I'll be at that Panthers-Islanders game. That should be hopefully a good one. Hopefully, we don't get embarrassed out there. Their style gives us trouble, just like Carolina's style of play gives us trouble.
They can skate. Looks like they've gotten over the Quinville firing. They played great. I watched the first period of that game today, and man, they look good. Big, strong on the puck.
hats off to the Florida Panthers organization, and hats off to the players. You want to talk about how easy it is to lose momentum, lose focus, to get, to have things being altered when you do lose your head coach. I mean, after you talk about when they start the season 7-0 under Quinville before he was released or resigned or however that worked out, asked to leave, however it worked out. That being said, they didn't really lose focus. They didn't really miss a step. I think they still have been very, very skilled out there in the ice, and I think they've still been playing good hockey despite losing their head coach.
Yeah, and you're right. Kudos to them. I mean, like I said, I was just impressed with their playing style today. I watched that game because I watch a lot of Carolina games, bits and pieces, and they just look dominant to me. And I'll tell you what, Florida just took it to them today. They kicked them in the mouth, right in the teeth, knocked their teeth down their throats, 4-0 after one. And Carolina, showing grit, came back, scored 2 goals in the second, and then, a late goal in the third makes it 5-2. But those two teams are a concern for me. And Tampa's Tampa. Tampa's back. They're back.
Oh my gosh, they're back. Eddie said the Metro turns out to be the strongest division, not the Atlantic. I think it's still early to say that.
Maybe top to bottom. Like I said, it's the most balanced. Here's the thing. Okay. The Rangers are not going to play, 750 hockey the whole year. Washington's not going to lose. They're going to lose games in regulation time. We're going to continue to improve. Pittsburgh is going to get better. Philadelphia, a team I absolutely despise. I worry about them because I think that little culture change that they did this offseason is really benefiting them. Remember,
they're right now, think about it, the Flyers right now are 6-2-2. And you talk about the Atlantic Division as well, right? I think the Boston Bruins, they've only played 9 games so far this season. I mean, the Islanders also played few games. They played 9 as well. But, I mean, the Boston Bruins, I think they're going to be on the upswing as well. So, it's worth taking everything with a grain of salt here this early in the season.
The one thing that's bothering me? The fact that our opening home game is against Calgary, and Calgary's really good too. Calgary's playing really, really well.
Fair enough, Grumpy. Only one regulation loss. JK said Chara has played better. JK, by the way, Grumpy, you called him the Galloping Greek. This is 2 minutes of pessimisticking.
I know.
Okay.
He's Greek, though. I'm just looking at his name.
I know. I just let you know. He said
Chara
has played better.
Name? No.
I don't even want to attempt it because I'll be looking foolish. D-Cut says, shout out Isles Misery Rated R. The boys always show up and support TJ and Grumpy. Too bad TJ won't acknowledge this.
That's why I have to go overboard and promote them because TJ, he'll give his little buddies, his pal Phil, his little Tommy Baffy buddy. He shouts out to them all the time. I got to speak up to the masses. TJ he's like an elitist. Just certain people he'll dine himself, to speak to. Not me. I talk to the masses.
Oh, man. Mr. B. Brennan says 20 block shots. That's too many. Playing Russian roulette with the injury gods. Need to find a way to limit the opposition's time of possession. Hey, TJ, adjust your modulation or get yourself some Buckleys. What's that?
I don't know. I don't know when. I know nothing about the technical side of this podcast. I plug in the little microphone. And I said, "Let's go."
I thought Buckley's was an article of clothing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Hey, look, I wear Islanders shirts. I mean, what do I know?
Oh, goodness gracious, Grum. Buckley's. Okay,
we did have a lot of blocks, but that's the way we play. I mean, I think that's a good. I really didn't think Winnipeg was a threat tonight. They really weren't. Sorokin, and here's the thing. A couple of chances they had, Sorokin just shut them down because it's Sorokin.
Very interesting.
I feel so confident with him in net. I just feel like we're capable of winning every game.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, Grumpy. Michael T said, hey, TJ's got chest hair, Grumpy. Grumpy's got his turkey gobbler. It's all good.
Very true.
Oh, goodness, Grumpy. I love it. And then Nick D said, I heard a good one tonight on CBC Hockey Night in Canada. Their 15-17 is no longer called the Identity Line, but now they're called the Together Forever Line. Yeah, a good game tonight. Jets had no room out there.
Yeah, I mean, we played Islander hockey today. Like I said, that second goal, that was it. Game over.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
If it was a game that started at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday when I know I didn't have a podcast, I just would have hit the DVR and went to bed because it was over.
Grumpy old man got a comment here from Eddie saying, "No way, Grump. Parise is a major improvement over Leo Komarov."
I don't know. I mean, I think they're basically the same. I mean, I'm not dissing Zach Parise. I'd rather have him because he only makes $750,000 a year as opposed to $3 million for Leo Komarov. That was a smart contract. Good job, Lou. But when you got to carry those contracts, that you wonder why you have salary cap issues. That's why. But for bang for your buck, Parise is a major improvement. On the ice, I mean, he doesn't produce anything either.
Grumpy, I'm going to let you read this one because I think you know what is
I'll
let you
from the Three Amigos.
I'll let you read that. Tell it to me,
Tell
Grumpy.
me, TJ, what is a Bastille?
The Bastille was like where they held prisoners. I believe it was in France or I don't know, something like that.
Well, see, that's why you don't use Bastille.
They stormed the Bastille to get all the prisoners out. But that's what storming the Bastille is. Paul O.C. said Sorokin for 3 shutouts and counting. His name is going to be heard over and over again. He's going to be the best goalie in the league and will win a cup in the near future, Grumpy.
Okay, I've said the Islanders are not contenders. This kid could make us a contender. That's how good he is. That is how good he is. Remember early in the season, Sorokin sucks. Get him out. He can't play. And what was I saying? Do you remember? It's not Sorokin. Yeah, maybe he didn't steal you a game, but he's not the reason why they're hemorrhaging goals. It was the team defense, the defensive structure, which was not there early in the season and in the last preseason game against the Rangers, which I warned you about. No one wants to listen to the grumpy old man. He's stupid. He's old. He's senile. Doesn't know what he's talking about. Why are you worried about that? They could just flip the switch when the regular season starts. Who'd I hear that from? That's right. The guy right over here next to me. That's the one I heard.
Woo, baby. What's up?
I said, it's not points. It's style of play. That's what bothers me, how we're playing. Even when we were getting points, I was happy we were getting points, but not the way we're playing. Now we're playing Islander hockey again. So I feel fantastic. I mean, you can continue to pick up points and play our style. We're in good shape right now.
Mark A said, is Chara improving?
No. The team around him is improving, which the high tide lifts all boats. And that's even a big-ass boat like Chara. Keep drinking. Keep drinking so you go to the bathroom again.
Cheers, mate. Nick D said, try not to lose the comments tonight, TJ. Moving right along.
Yeah.
I got bad news.
Too late.
No. Eddie saying Parise is a hustler.
Yeah, just not a producer. And guys, honestly, guys that hustle, you notice them more. Oh, yeah, look at him. He's hustling out there. Not doing anything. That's what, honestly, I like guys who hustle too. That's why I hate Josh Bailey, because he don't hustle at all.
Oh, sometimes he does. And when he does, it's noticeable. I wish he would do it on a more consistent basis, because when he hustles and when he's playing, at the maximum, like a possessed man out there, it's noticeable.
It's like once every 30 or 40 games. You can count the number of games where he's noticeable on the ice on one hand for the whole year. So far, it's been 0 this year.
Michael T said, so Varlamov gets a start tomorrow. We'll finally get to see how he looks. And I also want to play Toronto ASAP.
We beat Toronto. I don't think Toronto's ever going to beat us. Our style, when we're playing our game, Toronto is no match for us.
Mark A said, why didn't Barry play Wallstrom? Why didn't Barry play Wallstrom versus Tampa in the playoffs? I happened to make a little post on social media about that one. Not about the Tampa situation, but I said, do you remember all these people who could not decipher what coach speak was and legitimately had thoughts that Oliver Wallstrom was going to be sent down to Bridgeport? And we said that would be one of the dumbest moves ever. There's no way that's going to happen. It's just funny to see him continuing to score goals and score goals. And now people are saying, oh, Oliver Wallstrom, man, he's stepping into his own. He's looking fantastic. When not even a month ago, they were espousing the idea that Oliver Wallstrom might be sent down to Bridgeport. No consistency, no thought.
Because they toe the company line. That's why. Whatever the Islanders tell them, they believe and they push to the masses. You come here for the truth. You want to be lied to, go somewhere else.
Well, it's funny too. You had mentioned Grumpy last week, and we talked about this on the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man show. But I wanted to mention it here too. You had talked last week. You know, Kevin Weeks had leaked, the potential trade offer that the Sabres were mulling over for Jack Eichel. Remember, you had talked about this. You said not really is making sense. We'd said, oh, okay, right? They were talking about giving away Kachuk, an upcoming first-round pick, a former first-round pick, and 2 prospects for Jack Eichel. And you said, no, something's not adding up. Buffalo would jump on this in a heartbeat. And sure enough, they got less. But you had predicted that it was solely because they wanted to drive the price up, and you thought that this was a leak story. You wanted to drive the price up there that Vegas was going to pay, and you believe that this is a leak story from the Buffalo Sabres camp in order to try to drive that price up. And you were spot on that take.
Yep. Just to give it to a shorter, more concise version than TJ's rambling. Thank you very much.
I'm giving you a little applause, Grumpy.
Yeah, I had a feeling that they just wanted it was Vegas all the way. It was always been Vegas. It was never anybody else but Vegas. Vegas been the team hottest for him. They just wanted to get that price up, so they leaked that to Weeks. Buffalo does. I'm like, oh, okay, so we're gonna have to step up, and who knows, what piece they were added. What piece Vegas added, but not even 12 hours later, he was traded to Vegas. I had a feeling that's what it was.
Yep, absolutely, Grumpy Old Man. You're right on. Drew S. said, just an update for the Islanders cartel sycophants. Parise is on pace for 0 goals this season, right? If Parise continues at this, he'll score 0 goals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll score, I don't know, 5-10 goals this year. He's a third liner, but he does play in every situation. You figure be at least remotely productive. Does he have any points this year? I don't think he has any points.
I'll have to pull it for you, Grump. I'm not
sure.
I mean,
he plays on the power play, plays on the penalty kill. Every circumstance he's out there at 37 years old. I don't know.
He's got 2 assists this season in 9 games or 8 games.
Okay. Oh, he had nothing today, so it's 2 out of 9. Okay.
No. He remember he didn't play one. It was 8 games. That's already with tonight included because remember he was sick that one game.
My bad. That's right. Oh, that's right. Yes.
Absolutely. Hashim K saying, very right, Grumpy. Very right. I don't know what to, but very right, Grumpy.
It could be anything. Honestly.
Oh man. Nick D was saying, where's D Cut? Where's D Cut? Now D Cut's there. We had to get to the
TJ
comment.
Cut out all of his comments because he's jealous of the success and the love that Isles Misery Rated R shows the Grumpy Old Man. And TJ always wants to keep me down.
Oh, is that what it is, Grumpy? I wanted to go ahead and make sure you're not getting your kudos.
That's what I think exactly what it is.
Jared Ben said, I have a complaint. Look at that, Grumpy. Jared Ben is one stunning looking individual, isn't he?
I tell you what, that's an attractive man right there.
I have a complaint. Chara robbed Sorokin of his shutout against Montreal when he broke his freaking stick on a pointless shot with a few minutes left, up 5-0.
Those things happen. That doesn't bother me.
Eve L said Baby Isles might need help with goaltending.
Maybe he's talking about
Bridgeport. Yeah. So Jakob Scarab has been like up and down. I mean, like I think they lost 4 or 5-1 again today. They've been scoring some goals, more goals than I think they have in the past on Bridgeport, right? The last 2 seasons in 2019, 2020 and 2020, 2021 seasons, we were dead last in the AHL in scoring. So, I know people like to cherry pick and say, oh, we were playing against Jeremy Swayman. We were playing against this. We were also dead last 2 years ago in scoring. And now this season, it seems like we're scoring a few more goals, but still the win column is just not there.
It's because Golashev is there. And he's a guy he's an offensive talent who can put the puck in the net. That's the only difference. You take Golashev off of that team, you're back to being one of the worst teams in the league scoring goals. That's just the way it is. And here's the thing. I could care less about what happens down in Bridgeport with the goaltending situation. Doesn't matter. Has no bearing whatsoever on this team. Sorokin is your number 1 goalie unless he leaves via free agency, which I don't foresee. He's going to be this goalie for the next 10 years at least. So you don't even need to worry about what they have down there.
I was about to say, all you need a guy, even if he's an average or even a below average, if he's just a guy who can make a spot start here and there with the system we have, on the Islanders with the Barry Trotz system and with Mitch Korn and Pierre Greco, I have no worries at all with who they'll slide in afterwards. But it's Bridgeport. Yeah, you'd like to see him win some games. I always like to see Bridgeport be competitive, maybe make the playoffs or win a playoff series. I don't think they've won a playoff series our Islanders AHL affiliate in something like 20 years. So,
yeah, I don't know. I don't even care.
Fair enough. Alexander is saying, guys, with Toronto looking to kick the tires on some trades, Lou drafted left-handed defenseman Travis Dermott. Any chance the Islanders make a move?
I think they want to go for an older guy, a veteran. I think Dermott's pretty young.
He's got cap certainty as well. I know he's still on a 2-year deal, like getting 1.5 AAV.
Yeah, I don't. Why would Toronto trade him? First of all, I don't know. If I'm looking for defensemen, I'm not looking at Toronto. That much I can tell you.
Yeah, Toronto. Hey, they're starting to string some wins together. What, they're number 2 in the Atlantic Division?
Who cares?
Right.
Here's the thing.
I was saying it's funny, right? How at the beginning of the start of the season, everybody in Toronto, the world was melting down. Oh, we're not winning any games.
It doesn't matter.
Mitch Marner's not scoring any goals.
You realize it doesn't matter what Toronto does. They're a flawed team. They're not going to win the Stanley Cup with this group. They need an overhaul on that team. You're going to need to trade some of your primetime scoring guys to change the dynamic of your team. Like the Flyers did this offseason. You need to get a different type of player in there. I could care less. If Toronto was the best regular team, if they had the best record in the regular season and we played them in the conference finals, I guarantee you we'd beat them. They could never beat us in a 7-game series. Never. You know how I say that Carolina owns us? We own Toronto.
That being said, I think, we've talked about this before. Sometimes when teams have so much talent, and I'm using air quotes on it, you've got to occasionally make a trade where it looks like you're the loser, but it adds more grit and it adds more stability on the back end. So, if you give away one of those players that, oh man, this guy's close to a point a game average. I mean, I can't believe we're trading him away for a guy who's barely a top 4 defenseman. What's going on here? If he brings you security and he kind of rounds out your defensive form, it's worth its weight in gold, because you're right. They're a flawed team. And in a 7-game series, there's no way in hell the Toronto Maple Leafs ever beat the Islanders as the way they're currently constituted. There is no freaking way.
Unfortunately for us, we would never get to play them in the playoffs.
Unless they somehow squeak their way to the Eastern Conference Finals, but they can win a playoff series either.
Here's the thing. And they ain't never beaten Tampa either, or Florida, or Boston. They're one and done in the playoffs. They're not beating anyone. They lost to freaking Montreal last year. If they ever had a shot to win a cup, it was last year with the way the divisions were set up.
Oh yeah, I mean, you looked at their path. It should have been relatively easy, and they lose to the Montreal Canadiens right off the bat. The hot Montreal Canadiens.
And I honestly, that was the one playoff series that I got totally wrong. I didn't think Montreal was going to beat them.
No, you didn't. I don't think anybody did. Michael T said, when is the next time we play a really, 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 really good team? The next time we play a really good team is next. It's not next week, Grumpy. It's Monday, November 15th. We play the Tampa Bay Lightning. We play the Minnesota Wild tomorrow, Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Devils Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's not until next Monday, November 15th, or 2 Mondays from now, we play the Tampa Bay Lightning at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah. Who do we play on Saturday? Next Saturday?
We don't play anybody next Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I said. Like when people are talking about, hey, what should we do there with that? We still do have space there in our schedule. We play today or we play tomorrow. Then we don't have another game till Thursday. So we do have some space.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tampa Bay. And then I think we play Do we play Carolina again? What do we play? I know we played Florida in there.
We play Tampa, then we play Florida on Tuesday. We've got a back-to-back there with Tampa and Florida. And then that next game we play Saturday at home against the Flames.
Okay. Those are 3 tough teams right in a row. But here's the thing. When we lose those 3 games in a row, don't everyone jump off the bandwagon.
Oh, man, oh, man. Hey, you're live viewer, TJ and a Grumpy Old Man. Who do we have calling in?
Hey, guys, it's Brandon.
Hey, Brandon Fry. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?
Not too bad. Hey, anytime the Islanders are winning games, I'm happy.
for sure. How sweet it is.
Absolutely.
After the first 2 games of the season, some fans were giving up hope and the season's over and we're too old and it's catching up. And now look, we're on I believe it's a 7-game point streak. And I mean, how much more better can you have asked for on this road trip? We're playing great. I'm hoping we win the next 2 between the Minnesota and New Jersey. And then if you can steal one between Tampa and Florida, that would be great. But if not, it's okay because we're going back home, opening the season at UBS. But more importantly, one thing that's really stood out to me over this stretch that we're on is in the very beginning, I was very worried about Sorokin and that maybe he's just not ready to take over the reins as the number 1 goaltender, or even the 1A for that matter, of the goaltending duo. But over this stretch, he's been absolutely lights out fantastic. He could have almost 5 shutouts right now. He's that close to 5 shutouts over 9 games. That's insane. And so I'm really impressed with him, and I think starting next year, he should absolutely be the 1A, if not even this year, with the way he's been playing.
I think I'm ready for him to be the 1A this season. I think he's looked fantastic. And again, I try to taper expectations and try to think to myself, all right, he's been very hot. At some point in time, he's going to have struggles throughout the year. Our defensive system's fantastic. And now Varlamov, he's going to get time too. I always believe in running somewhat of a rotation. But in the playoffs, the way, again, hot goalies, you always ride the hot hand. So Varlamov, let's say before the playoffs, has been outstanding. You ride the hot hand, but I think going into the playoffs, that needs to be the 1A this season.
He's the starting goalie now. Like I said, 55, 57, 25, whatever. You got to remember the first 9 games of the season. As long as he gets more games going forward, I'm ecstatic, right? Because I throw out the first 9, so you got 73 games left. So however you want to break it up, he needs to play the majority of the games, and he needs to be your starter in the playoffs. I was telling everybody, don't jump off the Sorokin bandwagon with the first couple of games. The defense was in a shambles, particularly our wingers coming back and helping, gap control, Chara still feeling his way. But now that's all kind of righted itself, and now you're seeing how good this kid is.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. So that's just what I wanted to call and talk about.
Well, thanks so much, Brandon. Thanks for the call, Lynn. I appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Of course. Have a good night.
You too. Another great call, Grumpy. Another great one there.
Very precise with his take, and very good.
Absolutely fantastic. And then Jer Ben. He's going off with that beautiful looking fella right there saying, why are you shooting the goddamn cannon at the net, Chara, with a couple of minutes left, breaking your 20-foot long stick and tarnishing Sorokin's shutout? You damn cantankerous, subhuman bum. I hate him.
It happens. I don't care that he gets shutouts.
I'm sure he likes it, but I mean, he's not all about shutouts.
Yeah, you know what? It would bother me if it cost us a game, but that game was over early too. Game was over early. Montreal's tough to watch. I'm just glad. I remember watching us for a long time when we were like that, and it's like it's hard to watch those games. It's like, oh, hey, we only lost by 2 today, or hey, Johnny scored 2. Yeah, I know we lost 9-3, but you see, he scored 2 goals. Boy, that was great. It's tough being a team like that. I'm glad we're not a team like that.
You try to find any little spot and glimmer of hope. The Montreal Canadiens have played the most games in the NHL, Grumpy Old Man. And you want to take a guess what? They've got the 3rd worst goals against goal differential in the NHL. Only the Arizona Coyotes and the Chicago Blackhawks have a worse goal differential than them.
Yeah, and remember, they're missing, Carey Price has been out all year. And losing Shea Weber is huge.
Now, is Shea Weber ever planning on coming back?
I don't think so.
I think that injury effectively kind of ended his career.
Yeah. I mean, and, think about the long-term injury money that they have with him forever, how many years, right? I mean, So they can do some damage going over the cap using his number too.
So here's the funny thing. We had all talked about last year in the offseason with the expansion draft coming around. Oh, man, they're exposing Carey Price. Why the hell would they do that? Well, now it makes a little more sense. I think they saw the writing on the wall, and they said last season was kind of just a lightning in a bottle type situation. If we can get rid of Carey Price and his big cap hit, that'd be fantastic because we still have him. We still have him, that goalie, for a significant amount of time. If we're able to get rid of him, he still needs surgery. We can start the rebuild in a more effective manner because last year was a one-off. And I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? If you're the Montreal Canadiens, you're in full rebuild mode this year.
Well, I think they exposed him because he was really, really good last year. Don't sell him short. And he's been a really, really good goalie for a long time. He's a little bit dinged up now, but they knew Seattle wasn't going to take him. That's why you don't protect him, because who would take on that contract? No one would take on that contract, not at his age and how long it goes. I mean,
yes, he's 34 years old, and if you count this year, he's still got 5 years left on his contract, including this year.
Yeah, and what is it like? How many million? 12, 11?
It's 10.5 million cap
Okay.
it, AV.
10.5 million for a goalie who's going to be 40 when he's done. I mean, it's dumb. That's just poor cap management, honestly, if you take on that contract. So you just don't do it. I mean, that was smart. It just is what it is. I knew he was never a threat to get picked. That's why he exposed big number guys. No team is going to pick them.
And you looked at the signing bonus that he had for this year too. He got paid $11 million right off the bat. So the Seattle Kraken, a brand new team, would have had to pay $11 million to Carey Price right off the bat.
Not happening.
No, absolutely not. That being said, Grumpy, moving right along, Grumpy. Michael T said, if the team is starting to gel and get chemistry, why would you want to play guys from Bridgeport unless there's an injury or something? Talking about Anatoly Golashev.
You wouldn't. That said, Golachev's never going to play for this team either. He doesn't play enough defense, and he's 5'7". He doesn't fit what we do here. I don't even know why they brought him over, honestly.
Well, that was the question that Art Staple was posing, right? He's putting up points. He's doing well in Bridgeport, right? You don't want to have another Yan Kovar situation, an issue to where, right? They brought over Yan Kovar, a little different. We signed Yan Kovar over the offseason. Everybody talked about, oh, man, this could be a steal. Yan Kovar puts up points. He does this. He does that. Comes over, plays a few games for Bridgeport, puts up points. Wasn't feeling it. Then he went to the Providence Bruins, puts up points there for the Providence Bruins, got no chance to get called up there with the Boston Bruins, and left and went back home. So you could be looking at a situation like this. If he's producing in Bridgeport, he's producing in his AHL affiliate, and they're not giving him a chance to go ahead and move to the NHL level, he could just say, I want to go back home.
Yeah, I think the Kovar thing was he didn't want to go down to the minors playing for the Islanders, but he was willing to do that to play for the Bruins.
Yep, and wound up playing. Yeah, so he was in preseason again, like they were bouncing. I'm sorry, he was in preseason. The memory's foggy. This is in 2018-19. So the preseason, he was doing well with the Islanders, and then they said, we're going to send you to Bridgeport. He didn't want to do that. Instead, he signed that contract there with the Providence Bruins. 12 games with the Providence Bruins, 10 points. Minus 11 over that time period. And then he went ahead and left. He went to play in the Czech League that same season. So he said, I'm not going to get a chance to play with the Boston Bruins. I'm going to go leave and go back and play European hockey.
Yeah. And like I said, Golashev's not a fit for what we do here. Just not.
Nick D said, will you guys delay your podcast after tomorrow night's game? No, we'll be going live at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, we won't be able to do the podcast. The TJ and the Grumpy Old Man want it starting at 10 or 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
But you can watch it in between periods or even listen to it as you don't have to listen to Butchie and Brendan. You can just watch the game and listen to TJ and the Grumpy Old Man in the background.
It'd be way more enjoyable, honestly, than listen to them talk.
Hey, we are going to have one of those it won't be a podcast, one of those live streams to where we are going to cover an Islanders game live when it's happening. So you can see how many FU Josh Baileys we can get. I can promise you that will only be on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. We will not be sharing that one on the podcast format because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of potty mouth words thrown around watching an Islanders game. If Grumpy is going to be anything like he tells me or he's alluded to on a show, I'm going to say he's going to have a tough time controlling his language on that.
You might find this crazy, but I had two Josh Bailey's today.
2 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And think about it. I mean, really, I don't think he played that poorly today, but there were a couple of times where he did those Josh Bailey things. And I really hope it's a game where he plays like he normally does, which is like garbage, because, it'd be epic.
Decat there offering up again. A rest in peace there to Michael M. and Kim's there. Grandmother, absolutely. Again, hate to hear that. Hopefully, everything, you and your family are getting close here through this time period, in this trying time. Veritas Invicta saying, does Parise score his first goal tomorrow against his old team?
Butch guaranteed it today. Guaranteed it. You know what? I don't know. It depends. I don't know the type of person he is, but
it's got to be an emotional game going back. He spent like 8 years there with Minnesota?
And he was like the man there. So, usually those games go either one of 2 ways. You play really, really well, or you're so amped up that you make mistakes.
Well, he's not going to be making mistakes. He's a veteran. He's not going to be making mistakes doing that.
Really? Okay, because you can. If you're too amped up, you could try to do too much. And
adrenaline control happens like that. Bad adrenaline control happens like that for younger players usually. You're not going to see a veteran return home and just have a crappy game. That doesn't happen. I would say if we're putting every time a veteran returns back home and has a fantastic game compared to when they really struggle and have a bad game, it's about 9 good games to 1 bad game.
How did Brady look against New England this year? Back in New England.
Hey, Brady's flawed. He's not a great guy. What can I say? He's not a great player. He's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. What do you want me to tell you, Grump?
I'm just saying, and that's Peyton Manning the same way when he went to Indianapolis. It was the same way. I think it's
different than the NHL. Football, they play 16 games a year, now 17 games a year. NHL plays 82 games a year. So you talk about it, it's kind of like with baseball, right? They play 1 million games. It's not like I'm playing 1 game a week.
The first game back where you used to play, I think it's very emotional. And I wouldn't discount that he could have a poor game. That's all I'm saying.
We'll be on the lookout. Grump, I'm going to post this comment. I'm going to read to you. I'm going to be back here in a moment.
Holy crap!
What can I say, man? I've been hydrated. I don't know what to tell you, Grumpy. Michael T saying, yeah, that Johnny Boychuk trade was very interesting. Don't recall seeing anything like that before. A player on long-term injury contract being traded for future considerations.
Well, I remember we traded for Tim Thomas, and actually, Boston was trying to shed salary cap. We couldn't get to the floor, and we wound up trading a second-round pick, I believe it was, to take on Tim Thomas, who wasn't playing. Now we have to give things up to get rid of Johnny Boychuk, where they needed to get to the cap floor. I don't know, but it has happened before. There was another guy whose contract was traded. Chris Pronger was traded at the end of his career when he wasn't playing anymore. I forgot who he was traded to. But that was for salary cap reasons, for guys being on long-term injury. So it is done, and it's so teams can get salary cap off of their team, put it on another particular team that is right at the floor of the salary cap. And when they moved Jack Eichel, they needed to bring some money in. I don't know how much they actually had to bring in, but they did bring some in when they got Boychuk. So that has happened before, and it does benefit us potentially. By having the equivalent of what's now a $10 million salary cap space at the trade deadline. And I'm sure that we'll probably be looking for some other piece. Hopefully we don't trade away more futures. And look who's back. Mr. Peepee.
What can I say, Grumpy? What can I say, man? I just had to go to the bathroom.
There's nothing you can say to avoid I don't understand.
Well, you don't understand. I had to go to the bathroom.
You can't go an hour without going to the bathroom?
I drink a lot of fluids. I don't know what here's the thing, right? I might be crazy for this, but I try to drink 1 fluid ounce for every for every weight of body pound, or for every pound of weight I've got on my body.
What are you drinking? 400 ounces a day?
I try to drink at least 200 fluid ounces a day of water.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. They say it's good to drink water, so I drink a lot of water.
Well, don't do it on the podcast, okay? See if you can restrain for a couple hours.
Oh, man. Mark A said, do not trade a first rounder.
Yeah, I'm firmly in that camp.
Well, it's a really, really deep draft. I think you can book this down. We are trading our first round pick away this season, and we're probably going to trade maybe even our second round pick away, or the Colorado Avalanche's second round pick away this year too.
Well, I guarantee you that'll be a negative podcast from me for certain.
We're in win now mode. Why is it? Here's the thing, right? You should understand that we are going to have some rough, dark times ahead, right? The only time it pays off and it works is if we win the cup. If we don't win the cup, it's all for naught.
Maybe we'll trade a first and a second rounder for Vladimir Tarasenko. We could have got him for a second rounder and Samuel Bolduc. Maybe we should do that, and maybe trade a future number one too.
Jer Ben said Parise has looked infinitely better than Chara. Chara cannot play. He's not useful at this stage in his career. Parise can still play at the NHL level.
They play two different positions too, so that helps. Chara plays more minutes than Parise, being defenseman.
That he does.
His minutes aren't limited.
Michael T saying, "Oh, ye grumpy of little faith."
I don't know what he's referring to, but I take that as a badge of courage.
A badge of courage, he says. In Lou and Barry, we trust.
Here he goes, trying to troll us once again.
Mario says Lamoriello now has enough cap space to sign Joe Thornton to a long-term contract.
Maybe you can bring in Patrick Marleau too. Get the whole San Jose band back together.
Oh, man.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe they'll trade for Erik Karlsson. How about that?
Looky there.
How'd you like that deal?
They're not trading for Erik Karlsson. Stop.
$10 million in cap, right? Ready to go.
Oh, it's grumpy. It's just for the trade deadline. That being said, Jer Ben said, I get it. He doesn't have many points under his belt in 9 games, but that's because of our style as well. He's looked noticeably good out there, and his effort is there. Chara, on the other hand, is just toast. Talking about Parise. His effort's there. Might not be having a lot of points, but I like the effort.
He has no points.
No. He's talking about Zach Parise. Zach Parise has 2 assists.
Okay. I have no problems with Zach Parise. He's been okay. He doesn't stand out. Yeah, he hustles some. He has some hustle plays, but there's nothing special about Zach Parise. I'm not ripping on him. Chara, like I said, he's looked better as the team has played better. It is what it is. Those are your 2 acquisitions to put us over the top. There they are. Hope you're happy with them.
Drew S. said, wow, Grumpy throwing a wet blanket over $10 million in cap space at the trade deadline. Unbelievable. That's what I thought too. I said, hey, if we're talking, let's talk about what we've seen out of the 4 years that Lou Lamoriello has been general manager here. I think this year has by far been the year he's doing the most moving and shaking, and I think this by far has been his best year as a general manager with us. It's also required that he's done a lot with us too. You talk about even the clearing off cap space in the offseason. I thought he had a good draft this offseason, re-signing Pelech and Pulak to very, very team-friendly deals. And this trade right here, who knows what the future considerations are that we gave up. That being said, we're going to have $10 million in available cap space at the trade deadline.
Okay, but my issue is you can't be trading away more draft picks. You could have gotten Tarasenko in the offseason for a second and a minor league defenseman, and you chose not to do it. For a team that's all in, that would have been saying, yes, we're all in.
Okay. I get it that you didn't like he did that. I didn't like he did that either, but I'm looking at what he's done as well. There's a lot of good things he's done. Maybe you miss. You're not freaking perfect. No general manager ever is perfect. They always have items they look back on and they say, well, damn, if I would have known that freaking Tom Brady was going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback, I would have drafted him in the first round.
Okay. Is the team better now than it was at the end of last season?
No.
Okay, then he has not improved the team. That's all I care about. You're talking about $10 million. He can't get a winger that we desperately need. He can't do it without subtracting a piece that's currently in our lineup because there's nowhere for them to play. That's my point. It's not like we don't know who to play. Those spots are cemented. I could see going after defensemen, but it's like you're going to go for another rental.
We
Or
run.
are you going to go for somebody who can play long?
We're gonna go for a rental left-handed defense, and I think that is 100% the way to go. We need a rental at the left-handed defense spot next season. I want to see Robin Salo up here on the NHL roster, game in and game out. And you'd like to think that Samuel Bolduc might be able to step into the role too, right? Bolduc will be 22 at that time period. Time to see what you've got. And you talk about Robin Salo. Robin Salo is an overage guy. He's like 24, 25 years old. It's not like he's a spring chicken.
They're, as far as Barry Trotz is concerned, is that they're young pups. They haven't cut their teeth yet. That's not how he operates. I just think you're deluding yourself if you're thinking that he's going to play 2 rookies next year on the big team. That's not happening.
I think Salo will get meaningful minutes this year and he'll play enough time. He'll play 20 some odd games where he won't be classified as a rookie next year.
How did that work out for Noah Dobson? He played 30 something games his first year, and then he was still babied last year. It's what he does.
Okay, Noah Dobson, when he stepped in, what was he, 20, 21? I mean, Robin Salo is 23 right now. Next year he'll be 24 years old. That's no spring chicken.
Yeah, age doesn't mean anything. It's how you play. And here's the thing. I would love to see Robin Salo get a regular spot on this team. I would love to see it. Okay. I just don't think he's going to do it.
The reason you always said he wants to play the veterans, he doesn't like playing the young guys. I don't consider 24 as young. I consider 24, 25, 26. That's when you're entering and getting ready to be in the prime of your career.
I agree.
When you're 20 years old, 21 years old, yeah, you're younger. 22 even, yeah, you're younger. 23, kind of on the fringe. 24, you're kind of getting ready to be for the prime. 25, 26, 27, that's the prime of your career. No doubt about it.
Right. My point about Salo is this is his first year playing North American style hockey. Yes. That's my thing. And so he considers him, in essence, a rookie because he's never played NHL style hockey before. And I can understand that thought process. Me, I would have him up on the team certainly by Christmas. Give him 25 minutes a night in Bridgeport. I don't care if he makes mistakes. Just learn from him and then come up and rotate every single game. Do you feel he's really going to do that when he has Char and Green back there, who he trusts? He's not going to do it. Because it's not what he does. He's not even going to give Aho a shot, who's played in the North American system forever. I'd be stunned if he played Aho tomorrow. Stunned.
That being said, I think Robin Salo is a better player than Sebastian Aho is. You look at ceiling, I think the ceiling's a lot higher for Robin Salo than it is for Sebastian Aho. Given Sebastian Aho, right? People forget 4-time AHL All-Star.
I mean, I like Sebastian Aho. He gives us an element that we don't have on the back end, a guy who can move the puck. We don't have that. But he just doesn't want to do it. I mean, it's just that plain and simple. Barry Trotz has his guys, and that's it. He never uses a road. He never keeps anybody fresh, just runs them into the ground. If they get hurt, then he'll put somebody in. He never runs a rotation system. Never. I mean, he never did it in Washington, and he certainly hasn't done it here. The only guys he ever rotates.
If there was ever a time period more to do or more to incorporate a rotation system, I'm not sure there's ever more of a time to do that than this season.
Okay, but that's not who he is. I agree with you that he should do it. I just don't think he will. I mean, yeah, it's great in theory. Yeah, it's fantastic. That's what he should do. That's not who he is as a coach. Never has been. If you're telling me that after 30 years, he's going to change his coaching DNA, well, okay, maybe, but I don't see that happening. It's just not who he is. That's why I look at these things logically. I like to use logic. It's not like fantasy hockey. Oh, yeah, we'll just plug this guy in. Well, what are the ramifications? Who are you going to sit out? Is he going to sit Josh Bailey? Is he going to sit Kyle Palmieri? Is he going to sit Anthony Beauvillier? Do you have to trade Beauvillier to get another sniper? What are the machinations that you're going to need to get, this guy here? I just think there's a lot more to it than that.
What are the what?
Like the machinations, machinations, M-A-C-H. I think it's pronounced machinations.
Okay, I've never heard that word before. Michael T saying, with all that cat space, Johnny Gaudreau coming to the island, baby. Going to be an island boy, Grumpy.
Never freaking ever. I'd love Johnny Gaudreau here. But everything I've heard is he's a free agent at the end of the year. Again, if you're going to trade for somebody, I'm going to repeat what I said last year. If you're going to give up first-round picks for players, it should be somebody that's going to be here long-term, who's young and can be part of the nucleus going forward. Not a guy who's in his
whether you want to
30s.
believe so or not, teams every single year that are cup competitors trade away first round draft picks for rentals. It's just what happens.
And it's usually a mistake. That's all.
It only works out for one team every year, but if you win the cup, oh, how so sweet it is, Grumpy.
Okay.
This franchise and organization has been bereft of a cup. What has it now been? It's been over, almost close to like 37, 36
Almost
years.
40 years.
It
It'll
is.
be 40 years in 2 years. In 2 years from now, it'll still be 40 years.
Oh, you're ridiculous.
I just don't think we don't have enough talent to win with this group.
Jerry Ben said, if you guys don't want to throw another shovel of dirt on Chara, I will. There's zero excuse for Barry to be rolling him out every night. He's downright atrocious. Worse than Bailey, worse than Green. He should not be rolled out every night. It is, right? And I don't blame Chara for this. I blame one individual, and I think you're right. I blame Barry for that. Again, Chara looked better tonight because I think the team had done a better job picking up the slack around him. But when Zdeno Chara looks bad, you're right. I don't put it on Chara. I put it on the person who rolls him out there habitually every single night.
That's what he does, though. He's not going to play a young guy over an old. He loves his veterans. He's not going to play a young guy over him, regardless how he thinks he's doing great. I'm surprised he didn't say he's the second best player on our team after Varley.
Here you go. This is a good question. Different Mind said, Grumpy, what do you think about Vegas giving away their first round picks, right? Giving away Peyton Krebs, Alex Tuch, as well as their first round pick.
Look at the guy they got. He's a bona fide generator. He is the number one center on that team.
Were you about to say a bona fide generational talent? Were you about to say that shit? Please.
I said he's a borderline generational talent. And here's the thing.
No.
Wait, now he's away from that sewer that is the Buffalo Sabres. You watch him turn his game around there. You watch.
Peyton Krebs is he's going to be a legit top six center. I'm just telling you, right? I don't get this trade unless you think he's going to be ready and healthy for you this year towards the playoffs. That is a freaking waste, in my opinion. It's a waste.
Alex Tuch is a good player. Okay. Not great. He's a good winger. Peyton Krebs, let's see what happens with him. I like him as a prospect. He's not there yet. They're in it to win it. So trading a first-round pick, okay? It's going to be in the late 20s, no problem. They have a bunch of first-round picks that they've actually used on players in recent years, and they traded a third-round pick. And you're getting a guy who's going to be your number one center. That's what he's going to be. That is a good deal for Vegas.
I think the deal worked out for both teams because Buffalo gets a young winger. I'm just saying, if he's not able to come back and play this season, I think that's a huge miss by Vegas. I think he would. I don't think you make that trade, and I think that's the reason why they made the trade so early in the season, so they can go ahead and allow him to do the surgery he wants, right? This all started off with, I want to do my surgery my way, and them saying, no, we're going to do it the team doctor way. You have to have your surgery this way, and that's what caused the huge falling out, the stripping of the captaincy, etc. So that's why I think they made the trade early in the season so we can have the surgery, hopefully be back by the playoffs. I think that's always the goal. I think he will be back by the playoffs, but like the neck back issue, whatever it is, I know it was kind of up towards his neck, lower portion or upper portion of the back. You know, you have to hope he's back and ready this year for the trade deadline. But they gave up a lot. I mean, Peyton Krebs, I feel confident that he's going to be a successful player in the NHL. I do.
Okay.
It's still early, but I think he's going to be successful.
People forget because he hasn't played in a while just how good Jack Eichel is. He's a really talented player, really talented.
He is.
He was stuck in Buffalo. Okay. He is a borderline generational talent. He is. You might not agree. That's fine. He's going to be fantastic in Vegas. He's going to make that. He's going to give them an element that they do not have. That's why you make that deal. It's not like trading a first and a fourth and two prospects for a guy who's a second line winger. This guy's a bona fide number one center. I mean, I have no problem with that. I don't like trading around first round draft picks and seconds for guys who are on the third line or guys who are on the second line. But for a guy who's a first liner, no problem at all.
Well, they gave up a first round pick. They gave up a top prospect, and they gave up Alex Tuch again. You talk about a guy who's a top six winger who is 24 years old, a young top six winger. So they gave up a young top six winger. They gave up a young going to be top six center. And they gave away a first-round pick and a third-round pick for a guy who I won't throw around generational talent. I think that's a little excessive, but you're talking about a guy who is a bona fide number one center for certain. Generational talent? No, I'm sorry.
the guys who usually work at those trades usually work out. The guy who gets the best player wins the deal. I remember when Gretzky was traded. They had some draft picks and they had some really good players going from the Kings. But you want to know what? Gretzky turned the franchise around. I'm not saying that Eichel is Gretzky, but I'm just drawing the comparison. The team that gets the best player almost always, 95% of the time, wins those deals. Vegas got the best player. And it's not like their draft pick is lottery protected as well. So even if they tank this year, they're not getting this year's pick. It's going to probably be a pick in the mid-20s.
So you think like when teams traded, like when they traded away Phil Kessel from Boston and they got 2 first-round picks and a second for Phil Kessel, it wound up being the 2nd overall pick, the 29th overall pick, and a 2nd-round pick. I'm not saying they're like comparisons, but I mean the Boston Bruins over that time period, right? They traded away Phil Kessel and they got 2 first-round picks and a second, and wound up resulting in Tyler Seguin and Dougie Hamilton. So, I'm just saying here,
and those guys didn't work out for Boston. Neither one of them worked out for Boston.
You talk about the ability, the draft picks, those players have both been successful players in the NHL.
But neither of them provided Boston with what Kessel gave them. They didn't. Tyler Seguin was a bust in Boston, an absolute bust. And Dougie Hamilton was just okay. They moved on. They moved those guys because they didn't pan out in Boston. But guess what? Toronto got good production out of Kessel. Kessel is not. Here's the thing. Jack Eichel is better than Kessel. How was that deal when Pittsburgh picked him up, when he had to play with some true talent out there? How did he do with Pittsburgh? Won a couple of cups. He was the final piece to winning a couple of cups in Pittsburgh. I mean, that's a good deal. They got the best player in those deals. Do you remember the guys who were the draft picks that Pittsburgh gave up for him? Nope.
I gotta have to go pick by pick, but I'm just saying, like, Jack Eichel's a relatively younger player. He's not in his, 28, 29, 30 years old or anything like that. That being said, I'm just saying bona fide first line center for certain. Absolutely, no doubt about it. I'll be interested to see what he does away from Buffalo with actual support system around him. I don't think he's a generational talent, though. We've spent enough time on that.
I said borderline.
Okay. Mark A said, just add Salo at the deadline. No first rounders for a Mark Giordano.
Why would you trade a first rounder for a guy who's 38 years old? Just dumb.
I'm just saying what's in their MO. I'm saying reasonably I can expect them to trade for an older veteran type defenseman because we've done it in the past. And Mark Giordano is technically better than you've got as Big Z and Andy Green, and they're both grizzled vets that have plenty of playoff experience.
I just think you're not going to see teams offering up first-round picks for 38-year-olds in this draft year. That's a really deep draft. It's just dumb.
Jer Ben said, Grumpy, I don't like how you let TJ yell at you and manhandle you. Be a man and yell back and stand up for yourself.
I let him blow off a little bit of steam. And then I shut him down with intelligence. And that usually shuts him up because he's an ex-football player and they're dumb. They're used to getting yelled at by coaches. So I just treat him with a little TLC. And then, he's like, oh, yeah. It's like a big dumb animal. You know what I'm saying? Just pat him on the head a little bit.
I don't think I yell at you.
You do. You do. Absolutely you do.
Really?
Stop it. Stop it. Stop talking. You absolutely do that.
Do I say it like that too?
That's exactly how you say it.
Stop talking. It sounds like you're comparing me to a
stop.
Can I hear that one more time?
That's how you do it.
I had to hear that one more time.
Stop it.
Oh man, jeez, man, you're killing me, Grump. You're killing me. Oh man. We lost a lot of. We had a lot of comments tonight. I lost more comments. I apologize. There were a lot of comments tonight, Grump. I don't know what you want me to tell me. I apologize. I was not expecting that many comments. I apologize. What a Film said, back-to-back games. Trotz has kept Sorokin in since Varlamov's return. We should be happy to see his return. Sorokin is number one. We all know that.
Well, we just hope that Barry knows it. That's my concern. Everyone on the planet knows. Even Varlamov knows. But does Barry know it? He's the only guy that counts.
Barry knows it. Jer Ben said, I don't understand. Can someone explain to me why Sorokin wouldn't have come without Varlamov or Lou? why would he have opt to pay, or why would he opt to play in a league that is not the best and make less money?
He was making good money in Russia, and it's nice to have your family around you. I can understand that. I mean,
You play a fraction of the games and you play all locally. It's like you're not having to travel all over the place. I mean, you just travel. I mean, Russia's a big country, but still, you're just traveling in portions of Russia. You're not going into different countries. Or I mean, like the United States is a very, very large country. That being said, less travel, less games, pretty good pay, and you're there with family. And everybody speaks Russian.
and he was making good money in Russia too. He was making for the Russian league. I think it was like over $1 million, whatever it is that they make over
Rubles. I don't know what that.
I don't know. He was making good. He was making good money over there. I could see why you wouldn't. And Varlamov having the same agent, that kind of greased the wheels because he knew he'd have a support system coming in here. I think that was all conducive to making him come over here.
And I think so too. When you think about, hey, I'm having to go ahead and join up and join with the Islanders. Before we brought in Varlamov, there was nobody that spoke. I mean, you may be looking at Leo Komarov, who spoke Russian fine and fluently. But other than that, besides Uncle Leo, we had no defensemen at the time here. Most of them are all Canadian or, American born. And you look at our forward group, they're all mostly Canadian or American born. So before Varlamov, we didn't have anybody that would be able to help ease them and help them learn the language, help them feel more comfortable. It's just different when you're able to communicate with someone in your native tongue, I feel like. So Varlamov helped a little bit. And Lou, I just think there was no way if we were still the Mickey Mouse organization running with Garth Snow that he ever would have said, yeah, let me sign up for that.
Yeah, and that was a really good move by Lamoriello, bringing Varlamov. I mean, he and we talked about it even before it happened. So, because we're ahead of the curve. We are the curve here. We're not some of these other places where, eventually they come around to the way the grumpy old man and TJ think. But it takes them a little while, or, we're always ahead of the curve. We are the curve.
Grumpy, I was just thinking to myself, I'm sorry if I yell at you. I don't intend to yell at you.
It's just the way you are. You're a nasty asshole. It's not like me.
I can't take it seriously when you say something like that, but I don't intend to yell at you, Grumpy. I don't come off. You portray me as a nagging wife is what that sounded like, or a nagging significant other, nagging husband, nagging wife, whatever it is. I sound like I'm a nag to you. I don't want to be a nag to you, Grumpy.
You come off as shrill.
Oh, gracious. Fair enough. 2 minutes of pessimistic. He said, Butch, it's Pellick, not Chara. He kept saying it.
I know it. But that was the company orders. I'm sure all around the internet you're seeing places how say Chara's doing so good now because that's what Barry said, so it must be true because they don't have original thought in their heads. They just parrot the company line.
Mm-hmm.
Not here. We speak the truth here. Always the truth.
One of the million said Tomasino now has 3 goals in 9 games, but hey, we've got Simon Holmstrom. Nice drafting, Lou. You look at it, right? You look at the 3 amigos. Philip Tomasino's playing well, 9 games in the NHL. They're not playing in Bridgeport. They're not playing in, an AHL affiliate. They're playing in the league. You look at Connor McMichael, scored his first goal. He's putting up points in droves, had another assist tonight. You look at Arthur Kaliev. He's scoring goals in handfuls too. And you look at all 3 of those guys. The night we had this was back when we only did 1 podcast a week. It was all on SoundCloud. You could find that I'll have to dig through the archives to find that podcast. The Sunday after the NHL draft, we had said, holy crap, we had a golden opportunity. We could have drafted Arthur Kaliev, Connor McMichael, as well as Philip Tomasino. Sorry, I was getting on a roll. I forgot the names. But we could have drafted any of those 3 players, and we drafted Simon Holmstrom. And sure enough, it didn't take but 2 hockey enthusiasts to know those are the guys we should have drafted, and we drafted and went way off the board. What the hell were we thinking? We've been saying this now since the 2019? Were they just got drafted? The 2019 NHL draft, I think it was. We've been saying this the Sunday after the draft because the first portion took place on Saturday or Friday, and they spread it out over the remaining days. But Sunday, when we did our usual Sunday podcast at that time period, we said this was a huge miss. These are the 3 guys we should have selected.
When we did the draft preview issue the week before, we were talking about those 3 guys. And there were Nick Suzuki was in there too. Guys in that range. You want to know who was not even somebody I even did any research in.
Not Nick Suzuki, Ryan Suzuki, his brother.
Right.
I know we'd also talked about Rafael Lavoie, depending if we traded back or anything like that. But
That
continue.
was TJ. It wasn't me. That was a TJ pick.
I like his style. I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah. But the one guy I didn't do any research on was Simon freaking Holmstrom. Why? Because he wasn't even projected to go in the first round. Not even close. Maybe the second round. If you want to reach like that, don't reach. Pick the real talent or trade back, and maybe you can get something else and get 2 players. You don't reach for a guy like that. And here's the thing about Tomasino. He's not even close to being as good as he's going to be in the NHL right now. He looks, to me, weak. You can bully him off the puck. He reminds me a little bit of how Dobson looked his first year up. Easy to knock off the puck. But he's a boy yet. He's still a boy. Just wait till his kid pans out. He's going to be something special, and you're going to rue the day you can draft Philip Tomasino.
Philip Tomasino is going to be a guy who is consistently putting up, if healthy, 50, 60 plus points every single season. He's a bona fide top 6 guy, no doubt about it, putting up 50, 60 points bare minimum a year. That's what you're looking at when you're looking at Philip Tomasino. Also a guy who has the ability to score.
Yeah. And you know who patterns his game after? Matt Barzal.
Yep.
So that got him automatically crossed off their draft board. We don't like Matt Barzal. All he does is score goals. He doesn't play defense.
Andrew Wells said, I can actually enjoy the pregame and broadcast as a whole with AJ not being there. I don't dislike AJ. I don't dislike AJ at all. Like, hey, we made a joke. She needs to go ahead and comb her hair because it was all over the place. That being said, I like Mark Parrish in that role a lot, but I wish he was still here. I really enjoyed what he said. But again, you don't very rarely do you always find a guy where you're like, oh man, this is the perfect guy. I thought Mark Parrish was the perfect guy. They let him go.
I don't think AJ is bad. And it was me who rips on AJ's hair, not TJ. Don't even take credit for it. It was me. Because you don't comb her hair. Comb your damn hair. You're on television, comb your freaking hair. That said, I think she's okay as long as she's pre-programmed. Anytime that she has to go, if anyone asks her a question, that's where you can throw her off. But if she just goes, okay, what are your bullet points for the game, AJ? I think she's good at that. And I think she's good at analyzing certain things, but she can't think on her feet. That's, I think, her biggest drawback.
I think she got better at it. It's something that takes time. She went from brand new to broadcasting. It takes time.
Yeah, she improved from her first to second year. I saw improvement, but I haven't seen any improvement since. She's still the same as she always is. Now, Jennifer Bottrell, on the other hand, has vastly improved since she left the Islanders, and now she's on Hockey Night in Canada. She's way better than she used to be. And just looking at it that way, Mark Parrish hit the ground running when he was doing when he was with the Islanders for 1 year, and he wasn't even full time. But I was so impressed with everything that he brought. One thing he didn't do, though, he didn't preach the company line, and that's probably why he didn't get signed.
Do you remember we talked about Jennifer Bottrell, and we said once she was having a few of those games at the end of the season where she was going on the national broadcast, I said we're going to lose her to the national broadcast. I thought she was really doing well out there in her limited sample size, and sure enough, she's done a fantastic job.
Yeah. Really, she's really good in her role that she does now.
Let me ask you this, Grumpy. I know you keep muting yourself. Are you okay? You're coughing a lot. Do you have a little bit of a cold, or are you feeling all right?
I have some post-nasal drip going on.
Okay.
Usually I try to mute myself, but I didn't that time.
No. You muted yourself. You mute yourself every single time. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm maybe attacking you too much. So I wanted to make sure you're doing all right. You're coughing a lot today. I feel like I just want to make sure you're all right, man.
I'm probably on my last legs. Thanks for asking.
So, well, Grumpy, the show doesn't work without you. We got to make sure we nurse you back to health, man.
Now, TJ has already said numerous times, well, we're looking for a replacement for you.
I'm not looking for a replacement.
He says, you won't be able to do this for a long time. So, you know what? We're looking for other people already.
What did I say?
He said that to me. You know you have.
What if I said that to you, Grumpy?
Don't lie to the people.
What if I said that to you?
I tell the truth. TJ lies.
What if I said that to you?
That's why he fits in with the media cartel.
What if I said that to you, Grumpy? I'm asking you a pretty question. When did I say that to you, Grumpy?
I think it was over the summer a couple of times. You said, not on the air. You don't have the balls to do it on the air.
Grumpy, let me ask you this. How long do you anticipate doing this? This is something we do for fun. What I don't even know if I'll be 10 years from now. Do you imagine us like I have no idea what 10 years from now holds in the future. Like I'll probably want to start a family and everything like that. It'd be tough. It'd be really, really tough for me to do this twice a week for 3-4 hours a week or 3-4 hours a time if I'm having kids and we're trying to have a family. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what's gonna happen 10 years from now, bro.
Sounds like I need to get a new partner. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows, Grumpy? I'm just saying I can never commit to what we're going to do 10, 15 years from now. Grumpy, realistically, let's say everything goes perfectly and we're still doing this podcast 10, 15 years down the road. Could you imagine yourself doing that and being fine to do this like, twice a week for the for the next 10 plus years?
You know what? I'm not looking 10 years down the line. I always hate when companies say that, hey, my last job, my performance review was like, oh, what do you look to see you're going to be doing, 5 years from now? I said, dude, at my age, I'm going to be retired. That's what I'm going to be doing. What kind of stupid question is that? Or like the movie The Intern, when some little a little snowflake asked De Niro a question. He was like 70 or something at the time. He's like, where do you see yourself 10 years from now? He says, at 80. Oh, okay. You don't have to answer that question. It's so stupid.
What can I say? My apologies, Grumpy. And then Michael T said, you guys got to ease up on Butch, man. He was a party guy from the 80s. He's old cut. Cut him some slack. He's an NHL legend.
You know what? Yes, he was an edge, and he's an NHL legend. Yes, he is. But if he can't do the job anymore, it's time to move on to somebody else. I just thought he struggled today, particularly early. That's all.
We said, who knows how many years left we have of Butch doing this too, right? I wouldn't be shocked at all if Butch says, hey, next year I'm going to start spending a little bit of time with my family. I'm going to do probably half the games. I'll maybe do the home games, or I'll do certain portions of the game. We're going to start integrating somebody new in. I don't think when Butch leaves or decides to step away, resign, or they ask him to leave, however it's done, it's not going to be like a snap of the finger overnight, hey, you're no longer doing this. I think it's going to be a slow, like, hey, I want to start spending some time with my family. This is going to be my goodbye tour type of thing. And then, they'll kind of integrate somebody new in. I don't think it'll be overnight, but I try. Butchie is a legend in the NHL, for certain he is. But, at some point you want to make sure that, what you have on the air is going to be also, a good product.
Yeah.
Robert G said, I think it's time to fill the defensive holes with our youngsters. Grumpy is right. We need 10 million for a score. Bailey out, Sniper in. We then have a chance.
True. I firmly believe that. That's why I thought the Tarasenko deal, particularly what we had to give up, was nothing. You can always make the money work. Look what Lou's done now, right? We're going to have 10 million in cap space. He could have done that at any time. Anytime he wanted, he could have done that. And he didn't do it. He didn't have the guts to take that step. That could have made us true contenders by having a Tarasenko as a sniper. And then you'd have to move, and you were still going to run into the same scenario where you had to move one of the preordained starters out of the lineup. And that's still the case now. You're going to have to get rid of one of the starting right. If you bring in I'm just using Tarasenko just as an example, because I think right wing is what we need more. If you bring him in, you're still going to have to move a Bailey. That Bailey's the guy who has to get moved.
Speaking of Josh Bailey, Jer Ben said, Jesus Christ, TJ, please let Grumpy start reading the comments. You post them, Grumpy reads them. You can get the Josh Bailey assist on the Grumpy's outstanding reading of the comments. The way TJ reads comments is the way Casper Holmstrom skates.
Oh, shit.
A very unflattering depiction of the way I read comments.
Sad but true.
Oh, man. I'll let you read this one, Grumpy. One of the million says,
you can tell by Barry's interviews that he's not happy with Chara. Be very curious to see what they end up with trading for a defenseman. I love Butch, but he's a lush. See, we didn't say Butch was a lush. I did say the way he saw 33, maybe he had been drinking and seeing double, but that was a joke.
And you even said beforehand, this is a bit. So Robert G said, TJ, number one need is a scorer.
True. The defense is a system. Our defense is a system. We don't have a Victor Hedman back there. We don't have a Chris Pronger in his prime back there. That's not what we have. We have pieces, and they're good pieces, but they work in a system. And our system is predicated not just with our defensemen, it's the whole team system. Everyone's skating back, the wingers coming back checking. That's what the whole system is built on. It's not conducive on one player. And that's why we're successful as a team, but it's also why I think we can't win a Stanley Cup like that, because you need individual brilliance to win a cup at some point in time.
JG says, using Grumpy's logic, the grumpy old man is very similar to Lou. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Same old comment on every show.
True. Very true. But you know what? It's not that I'm wrong. If people ask me, that's why I say there's no shame in my game, because I'm always the same.
That is what you say right off the top of every show. Michael T said, injuries happen. Someone will just have to Tanya Harding Josh Bailey so we could trade for some offense.
Wouldn't that be great?
You better watch how you answer this one. People already think you throw parades if Josh Bailey were to die. So let's not talk about Tanya Harding Josh Bailey's, but we're moving right along off of that one, Grumpy.
Well, the only thing that is detrimental to that is, Josh does wear like the shin and knee pads. So even if you hit him with the pipe, you're just hitting that, that thing. I don't think it'd be enough to take him out. But he is pretty soft. Maybe it could eliminate him.
That Tanya Harding situation always blows my mind. That is always such an odd. That's always such an odd, odd moment in sports history.
I don't know. I thought it was great. It captivated the world.
It's still a story people who know. I wasn't even. When did that happen, Grumpy? When did the Tanya Harding
1992.
I wasn't even born at that time period, and I still know what happened. I still know why. I know about all that.
Maybe it was 94. I think it was. Maybe it was 94. Is when they had I think they had the Winter Olympics in 92 and then in 94.
Okay, I was 1 year old, whatever. I was not cognizant of what was going on. I still know about that story. I still know about that situation. It's one of those things that it will go on for a long time where people will still be aware of what happened with Tanya Harding.
Well, that's why they say, he got Galulied. That was her husband, Jeff Galooly. And Sean, gosh, I forget his last name, but the guy who actually did the deed. I felt bad for Tanya Harding, really did.
Michael T said, hey, TJ, if I were to buy you an Islanders Fathead logo for your wall, where would I send it? So I'm not sure. Here's the thing with this. I like how I can remove this on and off the wall with ease. Because I still, this is an apartment, so I don't live in a house just quite yet per se. And my wife does use this area when she has certain things that she has to do on her WebEx and Zoom and everything. So I like that I can remove it. I'm not sure that she would like, in the professional background, having a big old Islanders, sticker in the background. I appreciate it. I just am not sure. I'd have to ask.
That's it.
Don't grill me, Grump. Don't grill me, Grump. I'd have to make sure it's okay with my wife to slap a fat head on the. I know.
That's right, Whippy.
I know. What can I say? She's got her
She's
item.
She's got the power.
I don't think she'd be down for it. I would, but she likes it the way I can remove it, and that's why I'll just have like a little nail in the background. It's not as noticeable. But if we always have an Islanders thing in the background, they're gonna be like, "What the hell is this?"
I think you can put them on and off the wall. I thought the fatheads.
I don't. Oh, does it?
I think so. I don't think they're permanent.
I've never had a fathead. I've never. Here's the thing.
Really? Did you ever look in the mirror?
I have a fat head. I have a big head. I've never had the fat head that you stick to the wall. I remember the commercials when I was a kid where it's like, fat head. You could just stick it to the wall and it places anywhere. And I know they're supposed to be big life size items, but I have no idea if they can remove on and off the wall. That's great. I'll use it 100%. But if they don't get removed off the wall, I can't. I don't know. It would.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd have to ask.
Enough of you talking. All right.
Oh,
they don't have a head of Josh Bailey. That much I can tell
you. One in a million says, I have to agree with grumpy old man about Lou's offseason. It's nice that we got rid of Vlad, but we gave up a ton. Parise's done nothing. Chara has been mediocre. We gave away our best puck mover in Letty.
True. These are all facts.
JG.
Speak the truth. Just speak the truth. Truth to power.
JG says, it looks like grumpy old man uses recycled Pepsi bottles for a special drink.
These are Aquafina water bottles. I like that particular brand of bottled water, and I put a little drink mix in there. I don't like Pepsi. Matter of fact,
Brilliant comment.
Yeah.
So Grumpy, now you're gonna have to make sure you let everybody know it's Aquafina. I drink Aquafina. Ooh, the bougie. That's the expensive bougie brand of water, right?
I have no idea.
I drink out of the tap. What can I say? I don't have the special water. I use my little refillable water bottle and I just drink tap water.
Maybe it's whatever they putting in the water there that makes you go to the bathroom so much. When I was a kid, we used to drink out of the hose in the backyard.
How times have changed.
They didn't have things like plastic. I remember even when they first had plastic water in bottles, I'm like, why would anybody buy a bottle of water when you could just turn on your sink and drink out of that? But with these little mixes, it measures it perfectly, so it works good.
Drew L said, I think Dylan DeMello is one of Winnipeg's top 4 defensemen. That's definitely a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I don't think they're very good defensively. I don't think they're very good defensively.
Grumpy, people are coming at you being a power forward. Michael T said, power forward is basketball, Grump. And JG saying, if the grumpy old man was the power forward, I was Tom freaking Brady.
Okay. Remember, it was a long time ago, JG.
Grumpy, are you trying to tell me you're not in your 30s?
I'm not.
Are you not in your 40s, Grumpy?
Nope.
Are you not in your 50s, Grumpy?
Nope.
Oh, look at that, Grumpy. You're crazy. I figured you would look like the power forward strapping self you used to be, one of those wingers. You sound like a bottom 6 guy being a power forward.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I was a top liner.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh.
Scored, not afraid to mix it up, use the body. A snowflake like you're a bottom sixer.
I'm a bottom sixer.
Hold on. You're not even a bottom sixer. You're the popcorn guy in the 300 section. That's what
Jay says, agree. It's annoying when they over criticize Barzal. Reminds me of a talent agent I once knew who favored her far less successful clients over her 1 or 2 star clients. It's a weird mentality.
True. I 100% agree there. And I bet you, like I said, I didn't see the interview post game, but I bet you if somebody asked him about Barzal, Barry about Barzal, he probably said, well, he can't take that penalty there. That's a selfish play. He's done it before.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure. I didn't watch the post game either. We jumped on right afterwards. Christopher C said, surprised on a 7-game point streak, and we're still 6th in the Metro. We do have games in hand, though, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Jay also said, the only thing inconsistent about Pavillier is his scoring. His effort is totally consistent. He is easily one of the team's most consistently hard-working skaters. His forecheck was relentless.
That's why Brock Nelson gets scoring chances. It's not anything Brock Nelson does because that's not his game.
Brock Nelson creates.
No, absolutely not. He does the same dangle move all the time. It's the same freaking move, and it never works. He does everything but the finish. I mean, you can see it from a mile away when he does it, and nope, can't that. Like they say, there's 3 things. He does the first 2, but he could never finish. He never gets a third.
JG says Pavillier is like the Energizer Bunny.
And that's why that line is playing so well, because you have Palmieri, who's also that type of player. They generate chances for Brock Nelson. He's the beneficiary. And that's fine, because that means you have cohesion in that line. You don't have that on the first line right now. Why? Because you got Josh Bailey on it.
Warzone Senior Citizen says the team will be better if Golashev or Bellows were 3rd line left winger.
I disagree, because they don't play enough defense. Here's the thing. Barry doesn't like him, first of all. Hates Bellows. Hates him. And
Bellows, okay. I know he doesn't like Bellows, but Bellows did. I hate to say on one game, because I freaking hate doing that, but the game and the opportunity he was given, he did not look good. And the next time and the opportunity he had was only 5 minutes. Not enough to make an impact. It's
because, like I said, they don't want to play him. They just don't want to. Move him. You've killed his value over the last couple of years, just like you killed Hosang's value. Who knows? That's just the way they are. They believe in killing their players' value instead of moving them early. They hold on to them and hold on to them and hold on to them and get nothing in return. That's just dumb asset management.
And then Michael T said, pretty sure Varlamov is starting tomorrow. I thought Butch and Brandon said that. Yeah, that he is starting tomorrow. Yeah, because as Barry Trotz already said, that whoever starts tonight on Saturday, the opposite goalie will play Sunday.
Yeah, my concern is I just don't like that. I'm going to say again, I don't want Barry falling into that trap. Well, Varlamov had a good game. Maybe we'll roll him out there for a couple and see what happens. It's just stupid.
JG said, regarding injured Russian goaltenders, what about Bobrovsky?
There's always exceptions to the rule.
Well, here's the thing. He's young. I'm not too worried about injury or banging up there with Sorokin. He's young. He's flexible. I mean, when they start to get older, that's when you kind of have them start to break down a little more.
True.
I mean, Bobrovsky has been fan-freaking-tastic this year for the Florida Panthers. And again, that 1A, 1B system they're running with Spencer Knight and Bobrovsky is really working out for him.
Yeah, Spencer Knight looked good tonight too.
I mean, you talk about it, right? Bobrovsky's played 7 games. I'm looking at his stats: a 1.72 goals against average and a 9.48 save percentage.
Pretty darn good.
Pretty damn good is right, Grumpy. Absolutely. Nick D said 3-0 Flames with 8 minutes left in the second period over the Rangers.
They're good. They're good. They're good. I would rather, if you're going to do your opening night against a certain team, I'd rather it be like, Arizona. Something so it's an easy win. Fans get to go home happy for the first game of the year, like a homecoming. You always schedule the week, one of the weakest teams in your schedule on homecoming night, right?
Yeah, I understand that. And here's the thing: that I wasn't expecting the Calgary Flames to do as well as they have been doing at the start of the season.
No, they're playing really well.
Now, the funny thing is we have got breaking news here on this podcast, Grumpy. The Arizona Coyotes have officially won their first game of the season against the Seattle Kraken, Grumpy old man. That being said, the Arizona Coyotes scored 3 in the third period to win the game 5-4.
It's like that old thing, if a tree falls, if you didn't hear a tree fall in the forest, did it fall? Whatever, some stupid like that. If you beat the Kraken, is it really a win?
Well, I mean, it's the Arizona Coyotes. They're the worst team in the league. So
that's true. They're terrible.
Yeah, for certain they are. 1 in a million said you have to play Varlamov. Playing Sorokin 3 games in 4 days is too much.
I don't know. Here's the thing. You knew it was going to happen. I just don't want him falling into that trap, which I could see him doing, honestly.
Alexander said Philip Forsberg at the deadline. I see a lot of people throwing his name around there. Phil's Facts said, oh, well, he could also move over to the right wing side as well. I don't know. Here's the thing. Philip Forsberg is a good winger for certain. I don't know. I hate to be that guy where I kind of look at it the same way Grumpy does with this. I just really wish we would have pulled the trigger on Vladimir Tarasenko this offseason. I think there's no way in hell that's coming our way this year. I mean, he's locked in there with St. Louis, putting up a boatload of points, boatload of goals, and, St. Louis is winning games. I think there's no way he's moving.
Don't forget, you have to move one of our wingers off the roster to make a deal like that happen. That's why you had to do it in the offseason. Let's say you get Tarasenko and you still have Bailey because they didn't want him. You offload Bailey and give up a second-round pick to somebody, maybe to the Kraken, just to take him off your hands, or team with a cap. That's how you should have done it. And then it improves the depth in your whole lineup. Then you have scoring wingers on the right side for your first 3 lines, right? Then you can live with a Palmieri with a Parise with 0 goals. And a Palmieri with 0 goals because you got Tarasenko playing with Barzal. And that anders Anders Lee better. That, like I said, the high tide lifts all boats. And if you put a true sniper with Matt Barzal, with Anders Lee cleaning up in front, then you got certainly a top 10, top 8 line in the league as your line. Right now, you don't have any of that.
Here's the other thing, too, about Philip Forsberg. Just better damn well make sure you're going to sign it back. And we had somebody call him. We lost the call. If you call back in, I'll link you in. I mean, you got to re-sign him, too. He's going to cost a pretty penny. There's no doubt about it. And if you're bringing in a guy like Philip Forsberg, you're looking at the way that the line is currently constituted, Yeah, you're right. You're going to have to. I mean, you're going to have to go ahead and move a guy ideally like Josh Bailey, because Anthony Pavilla, you don't want going anywhere. Anders Lee's not going anywhere. Kyle Palmieri's not going anywhere, and Philip Forsberg's not a bottom six guy.
True. I mean, it doesn't work. If you're going to make a move like that where you're going to restructure the top lines on your team, it has to be done during the offseason. It's not like we have a bunch of guys who are borderline players. They're all guys who are going to play every night and know our system. You're going to have to get rid of one. And here's something else to remember. Everybody that they've traded for has struggled when they first came to the Islanders, acclimating themselves to the system, right? It's usually not till the next year that they perform much better or have had some time to be in the system. So that's something else to think about. It doesn't matter because we're not making that move anyway. I could see us making a trade for a defenseman, but it's not going to happen for what we truly need, which is a scoring winger.
Hey, you're live here with TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. Who do we have calling in?
You have Brandon Gaines.
Brandon, how are you?
Doing great. Always a pleasure to talk to TJ and the MVP of the show, the Grumpy Old Man. Absolutely.
Okay.
But I actually have a question because I didn't get full details on this. I actually have a two-part question. First, what was the proposed trade rumor for Tarasenko again?
So the proposed trade rumor was, and again, this is from Coach Tommy, but usually very reputable source. So I usually take everything he says there and I say, yeah, it probably was around that. It was a second round pick and Samuel Bolduc is what either Samuel Bolduc or Scott Mayfield is what the St. Louis Blues wanted. So second round pick and either Bolduc or Mayfield. We countered and offered and said, we can give you, it was Kiefer Bellows, Thomas Hickey, and Josh Bailey. For Tarasenko is what they said that we offered back in return. So I take everything with a grain of salt, trade rumor wise, but
why would the Blues accept either of those offers? That makes absolutely no sense for the Blues to accept that. I get it, they exposed Tarasenko in the expansion draft because they knew Seattle was going to take Vince Dunn. Dunn was the more cheaper, younger financial commodity for the Kraken. So that's why they exposed Tarasenko so they could protect other wingers. Once you traded for and signed Buchnevich and you signed Saad, you've already established, hey, if we're trading for Tarasenko, we want a roster player back. And yes, Bailey is technically a roster player, but he's scrap right now at this point. Why would the Blues want Bailey? And why would they take a prospect who's 2 years away in a second round pick? So that I don't understand. Okay, maybe you want to reunite Sam with Zach in St. Louis. I mean, come on. Now, as far as the sniper question goes, why can't that sniper become Wahlstrom on our team?
I would like it for it to be Wahlstrom. I've always thought this, and I'll take the same approach. This is the same guy who Oliver Wahlstrom was sat last year in the playoffs there against Tampa when he was kind of on the mend. And he had time periods where he played poorly in certain games where he would sit for 8 to 10 minutes. I'm just like, I don't think if Barry's a creature of habit we talk about, he favors some of the older veteran players. I just don't think he would let Wahlstrom take that jump, that severe of a jump from, hey, you're a guy who was, consistently getting, scratched or benched when you had poor performances. Now we're going to let you be a consistent third line guy playing 11, 12 minutes a night. And we're going to bump you up to first line minutes of 16, 17. I just am not sure he would do something like that.
Well, here's the thing. When Trotz took over as the head coach for the first year in 18-19, Pellick wasn't always this top pair defenseman that we envisioned him ever becoming. The dude was scratched 4 times last year, and rightfully so. He stunk. But, lo and behold, he got scratched, he adjusted. And he's now all of a sudden, everyone's considering him the best defenseman in the league right now. Now, Wahlstrom, to his credit, adjusted from sitting down quite a bit last year. And he's got 5 goals in 9 games already. He leads I believe he's our top scoring winger on this team already. And yes, you could say it's sheltered minutes with Pajot and Parise. He's not getting the tougher matchups that Nelson and Barzell are getting, no doubt about it. But it's still an 82-game season. There's plenty of time for Wahlstrom to take that jump, and he'd be a much cheaper cap hit type of jump, that's for sure. as, the right winger. I just feel like the market's dry. Wallstrom's producing. I just feel like it's a perfect storm eventually for Wallstrom to become that top winger. And whatever it takes to get Bailey off of that first line and probably never put him on the second line ever again, the sooner that happens, the better. I don't know. I just feel like I have a lot of more faith in Wallstrom than a lot of people are giving credit for.
Thanks so much for the call in too, Brandon. We'll go ahead and discuss that. I appreciate the call in.
No, thank you, man. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Brandon Gaines, another great call there. Grumpy old man, another long-time listener. Good Brandon Gaines. Loving hearing from. But Grump, I'll let you respond to that because I did most of the talking there.
Yeah, I have faith in Wallstrom, but I don't think Barry does. See, that's the whole thing. I don't think Barry does right now. I think he'd rather let him stay the whole year playing with Pajot and Parise. I think that would make him happy. I honestly don't have a problem with it either if you're going to get a big fish. It's not – it's a moot point anyway because we're not getting a winger unless we move somebody. Do you want to move Anthony Beauvillier? I mean, who's the only winger who's the only forward who really has value besides Matt Barzal? And he's unmovable, right? But who's the only guy who, if you're another team looking to take a winger off the Islanders or a forward, who's the only guy that you would even consider?
Anthony Beauvillier, right? Because you're not thinking, hey, I'm looking for Anders Lee in that bloated contract. If I'm moving for a guy like Josh Bailey, I'm not giving up a lot back in return for Josh Bailey. The value isn't all that much. And Kyle Palmieri is a guy who probably doesn't want to move. I think they're happy with Kyle Palmieri. They just signed him this offseason. They're not planning on moving him anytime soon.
Right. And Palmieri does bring something to that second line.
For certain he does.
I mean, with he and Beauvillier, they're two scrappers, which benefits Brock Nelson. It does. The problem is Josh Bailey. I mean, that's the guy you needed to move because then I think we'd be really good offensively if we and like I said, I keep on saying Tarasenko, because it was such an offseason blunder. Because if that's all it took to get him, you wanted to counter what? It's like a fantasy baseball trade. Yeah, I'll give you Joe Montadot, Sammy Smith, and Federico Jones for Mike Trout. Yeah, it's like, come on. Don't give me three guys who aren't even going to play for you. Hickey doesn't even play. Everyone knows you hate Bellows, and Bailey's a piece of garbage. And you want to get that for Tarasenko, and then you want money back. They didn't want the money. They didn't want to take the money back, right? Well, you know what? You eat the contract. You give them the Bolduc in the second-round pick. Who knows if Bolduc is going to pan out? You don't know. He's at least a couple of years away, like Brandon said. He's 100% right on that. You move him in a second-round pick, and you have a true first-line winger.
And two, I think it's also worth noting at that time period in the offseason, and I was always shocked. Well, here's the thing. I've always been shocked with St. Louis a little bit because last season they had, yikes. Last year was not a good year for St. Louis, and they said, hey, we think we're cup competitors. I was like, I'm not so sure I'm buying into that hype. Sure enough, they are. I mean, they're coming off to a flaming hot start, and they look like offensively everything's firing in the same direction. Defensively, it looks pretty good too for them. That being said, that's why I didn't really get it. They said they still wanted to compete, so maybe that's why it made sense for Josh Bailey to go in the other direction. But I always thought they wanted to add a young defensive player because they're offloading, they're losing. Vince Dunn, who's a guy who could step up for us in a few years. Okay, Samuel Bolduc, a bigger guy who got the ability to skate well and can go ahead and actually provide some offensive acumen for the defensive side of the puck. That being said, that one's just an odd situation. I think we missed a boat on it. He's not going anywhere now. Grumpy old man. I don't think so, at least.
Tarasenko? No way. He's happy there now. You had your shot and you didn't have the balls to take it. That's just the way I look at it.
And regarding to Oliver Wahlstrom, if you're able to, I just don't think they'll ever want to run Josh Bailey on a third line. Josh Bailey in a certain role on specific teams or on a certain line, I think he'd be very, very productive, right? If you had a line where it's like, I've already got an elite sniper on this line, I've got a guy who could skate, who creates offensive chances, who drives the net hard, who wins those puck battles. Now I need a guy who can help facilitate with good vision and unbelievable pass. That is an ideal situation for Josh Bailey. When you roll Josh Bailey on a line where it's like, okay, I've got a guy who fights for the pucks along the boards, excellent. But instead of having a guy who's a sniper, a bona fide sniper, instead I've got Matt Barzal, who is a fantastic passer, who goes ahead and helps, facilitate offensive movement and flow. And now I'm adding another passer to that line. I just think right now too, he's in a bad situation as well. I mean, playing alongside Matt Barzal always helps, but this is not an ideal line for him.
No. Josh Bailey's what I call a complementary piece. He's not somebody who makes a difference. He's not somebody who's going to be a big goal scorer. He's a guy like, he's just, okay, we just throw him on that line. He's going to do the right thing, and he's not going to hurt you. I mean, that's all he is. And, to expect and I don't expect any more from him, honestly. When he does play like that, the once or twice a year, I make sure I single him out for praise. But that's just not his game. And he doesn't fit with Anders Lee and Matt Barzal. It's not a fit. And you see that the first line really doesn't do much since he's been on there. Haven't really done much.
What a film's saying, I've been a goalie since I could stand on 2 feet. It's a mentality game, and goalies don't like sitting on the bench. A goalie coach almost needs to be a psychiatrist. They're doing a great job with these two.
Yeah, the goaltending coaches are fantastic with this team.
I think
best in the league. Best in the league.
Best goaltending coaches in the entire NHL.
Yep. Firmly believe that. They can take an average goalie, Robin Leonard, Thomas Greiss, Semyon Varlamov, and turn them into, really good players. And they can take a truly elite talent like Sorokin and turn him into, an all-pro.
Jared Ben said, if he cannot physically keep up, Chara that is, because he can't, it's time to retire.
Talk to Barry. Talk to Lou. They think he's great. He's great. If you talk to Barry, he's great. No problems there. Boy, he's given us more than we thought he was. Huh.
Alexander said, Chameleonaire sings that song. It's a rap song, Grumpy.
Okay. No.
Trying to catch me riding dirty. That's what the song was. What a film said, Croc, LOL, scored a nice goal in front of his parents tonight. Got to be happy for him.
Yeah, without a doubt. Good for him. I love whenever a guy scores when his parents are in the crowd. I think it's fantastic for the parents. Just fantastic. As a matter of fact, I think it means more to the parents than it does to the player. I love that. Whenever you see the parents, grandparents, whoever up in the stands, and like a kid scores his first goal in front of the hometown, it's just fantastic.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is.
That's why I don't know if you like all-star games. It's so great. And I'm just going to say baseball because it's probably the best all-star game there is. Maybe hockey's pretty good too. But it's always great when you have, you get introduced before the game and, you run out of the dugout. And I always love the reaction that the hometown fans give to the players on their team. I just like those guys have to be, flying to the moon. Listen to the cheers.
If you think to yourself, okay, what are the goals I have as a professional athlete? Okay, I want to win no matter what sport it is. I want to win the championship of the top league, Stanley Cup, World Series, NFL championship, Super Bowl, doesn't matter. That's what you want to do. And then having the Pro Bowl in the NFL is a little different, but like for MLB, right, getting that cheer, representing your hometown for like a guy who's like, hey, I've struggled a lot with this team. I've played for the Milwaukee Brewers for my entire career. I've been loyal. I've been, one of the better players in the league, and now we're having an all-star game, and it's a chance for me to get recognized on a national stage. Where with the Milwaukee Brewers, like a Ryan Braun, I was never recognized really on a national stage because I played for a small market team. But I stuck here because I wanted the team to be successful and I wanted this organization to have success. And now everybody gets to see me on a national stage, and the fans get to reciprocate the appreciation they have for it. That gives me goosebumps thinking about it for certain. Josh M said, do you think that any of the senior crew will sit tomorrow with the back-to-back, aka Char or Green? Do you think any of them are going to sit, Grumpy?
Doubtful.
JK said, praise in public and punish in private. That's what a true leader does, for certain.
Without a doubt. That's how you handle it.
Michael T said, what does it take to get Wahlstrom on the first line? I think this is kind of, the stem off of as well Brandon Gaines' comments. What do you think it would take to get Oliver Wahlstrom on the first line, Grumpy?
2 or 3 more years playing for the Islanders.
Seriously, if you were looking at an option,
Seriously, he's not moving them up. Not happening.
the only way you think is injury?
This year, yeah, it has to be a lot of injuries. Because he'd go back. He'd rather put Palmieri back up there before he put Wahlstrom up there.
Well, let's say the second line's working well. You've got two of those guys who can drive and create offense in Palmieri and Pavillier. And let's say that line is humming on all cylinders. And let's say Josh Bailey, he pulls a hamstring or has a little bit of a groin pull. Nothing too serious, but misses some time, and he's going to be out for a week or two. You think that they're going to move Palmieri off the second line to the first line and then Wahlstrom to the second line?
Yeah, because there's not enough defensive presence on the first line otherwise. He trusts the older guys in big spots. He doesn't trust the younger guys. He doesn't want to put Wahlstrom out there if the game's on the line, where if he makes a mistake, it could cost a goal. He'd rather play Leo Komarov on the first line or Travis Zajac than Oliver Wahlstrom. That was in the playoffs last year. He'd rather go with some Finnish, washed-up, cashed veteran than a guy who can put the puck in the net. That's what he does. That's why I find it laughable when you say, oh, Salo and Bolduc next year. No, that's not the way he operates. It's not who he is. It's in his DNA.
Drew S. said, Lee can play his greasy goal game on any line. Put him with Nelson and Bailey. Put Wahlstrom with Pavillier and Barzal. That's
a line that would work for me too. I always said that Lee, Nelson, and Bailey are okay together. You want to have your first line be your best line. It's not the case. Just isn't the case.
Paul O.C. said, yes, Grumpy, you're 100% right. Barzal does not have a sniper. Bailey should not be on that line. It should be Wahlstrom.
But, yeah. But then, like I said, it's the defensive presence that's not there. I mean, is Lee a defensive presence? Nope. Is Barzal? Nope. Is Wahlstrom? Nope. And that's a big no-no for Barry.
Drew S. said, every time Wahlstrom zips a wrister into the back of the net, it pisses me off because it reminds me just how dumb Barry was for benching him during the Tampa Bay series.
He's a creature of habit. He's going to do what he does. I think it's very easy to outcoach him in the playoffs. That's why he hasn't had a whole lot of playoff success. Other guys are able to make moves, and he's just going to do what he's going to do. Very easy to scheme around what he does.
JG says, grumpy old man, aren't you the sidecar to this podcast? No, it's the other way around. Grumpy old man brings the viewership. I'm just help facilitate it.
I don't need to sell myself.
Jer Ben says, does anybody else's ears start bleeding whenever you hear Andrew Gross's horrid, horrific, awful voice? Every time I hear him say, hey, Barry, I just want to put a bullet in my head. Grumpy, could you imitate Andrew Gross, please?
I can't imitate him. I'll work on it, though. I'll work on it for next podcast.
Fair enough. What a film said. That's the question we all want to know the answer to. When will Wahlstrom and Barzal play together? Barzy is a little snake bitten right now. Bailey is a snake.
True. Whatever line, like I said it earlier. He's killed more lines than the cast of Saturday Night Live in the early years.
What a film said. Just kidding, Josh. I know you're listening. Go get him. Your jersey's hanging on my wall. Brandon Fry says, tomorrow Grumpy's favorite player scores a hat trick. Zach Parise with the Hattie.
I'd be ecstatic if he scored a hat trick. Stunned, but ecstatic.
Brandon Fry also says, lose a genius once again. Now we have the space at the trade deadline to bring in Tarasenko and bring in Hampus Lindholm. I'm just not sure they're going to let. I just like, what is the price going to be on Tarasenko if they will to move him? I don't think they were, because right now everything's flying high in St. Louis. If things really go to struggle and they go to shambles, maybe. But he's produced too well. I mean, the guy's averaging over a point a game. He's scoring goals and he's looking fantastic.
They're not moving him. We're not making a move for a winger. I keep on telling you, you can't see everyone's not seeing the forest for the trees. You have to move a starter out of our lineup to bring in a sniper. That's what you have to do now. Unless that happens, the trade's not happening. Lindholm, that's something altogether different. Is he really great defensively though? I never got the impression he was a great defensive defenseman. He puts up points, or he used to. Plays a lot of minutes.
What a film saying Chara has value on this team. We might not see it on the ice as much as we would like to, but he's a leader and he can teach young guys a thing or two.
That's why he should be coaching.
Here's the thing. If Chara wants to coach, that would be a guy that I think teams would fawn over to have, helping coach.
I mean, Boychuk was in that role even when he played. He couldn't really play anymore. But, I mean, I remember he was really talking with the young guys, the Taves.
And remember the Pellics too.
Yes.
Remember that game in Carolina
where
it was, hey, you see on the bench and you see a different point of view of, oh yeah, every single time he comes off the ice, he's helping, coach up the younger guys who are breaking in.
And they want him to come back, by the way. They said it. I think Lou said it even when he traded him. Oh, anytime he will, we'll welcome him back anytime. It's just for this year because his contract's up. He's not even on the island. He's been living in Edmonton. So, I could see him back with the Islanders organization in some way. Maybe they'll make him a coach down in Bridgeport. Who knows?
Jer Ben said, TJ, the human fence rider, the Switzerland of answers.
Riding at these slaloming between points. We don't want to actually make one or commit to anything. See if we can avoid taking a chance on something.
Hodez says, the lucky shirt strikes again. Grumpy needs his own. Let's go, Islanders. I like that there, Hodez. What a film saying, Buckley's cough syrup. Don't you ever get sick? Oh, I didn't know Buckley's cough syrup. Okay.
Yeah, not me. I really don't get sick.
Look at that. Drew S. said, look at TJ knowing some history. Storm the Bastille.
Stop. I'm shocked.
We learned about it in history class, I think. 1 in a million says, you guys need to have Bailey as a guest. No, I don't think he'll ever come on this. Certain people don't like coming on, even though we can offer them the guest spot 1 million times. They'll never come on, and that's fine. I don't think Josh Bailey will come on. Here's the thing. If Josh Bailey would, if he understands, it's some of it, the hamming up on, it would be a fun time. It would be fun.
It would be a lot of fun. If he had a sense of humor, we could have a really good time. Believe me. I know the Islanders don't like us. They'd much rather go to some, fawning fanboy site, where the sycophants will ask you whatever questions that, they want you to ask. We're a little bit too tough for most of those people.
Hey, Josh Bailey, I know you haven't, this is just hypothetical. Hey, Josh Bailey, I know you haven't scored a goal in 197 games, but how does it feel out there on the ice every single night to accomplish your dream of being an NHLer? That's going to be such a tough feat to accomplish. I want to know more about, your path and journey there.
And this would be Josh Bailey's answer. He'd go, well, you know what? A lot of people ask me why I play the game. It's not to win championships. It's not to score goals. It's not to get us primary assists. It's to make sure that I play the most games in Islander history so they can put my name up there in the rafters for most games played. It doesn't matter that I've done nothing in 18 years here. Doesn't matter.
Is that you think his answer would be, Grumpy?
That's exactly what it would be. Oh. And hold on. Yeah, my mom won't invite me home to dinner anymore.
Oh, not even a Sunday dinner, as Grumpy says. What a film saying Bavilier was skating his ass off tonight. It would be nice to see him play with Barzal. Either way, he looks good.
People forget the chemistry they had when they played together 3 years ago.
And it was him, Eberle, and Barzal.
They were tremendous. They had that chemistry going. And our boy Barry, let's break up something that works. Let's put that piece of shit, Josh Bailey, on that first line. Let's make sure we do. Let's break that line up.
Michael T saying, I could see Parise coming alive in the playoffs.
So I guess you're admitting he's dead now. Okay.
No. Stephen V said Parise's fine, a massive upgrade over Uncle Komarov. And not just because he's cheaper, he's just a good grinder and an excellent passer.
He's been okay.
I like
more than okay.
I like more what I see out there on the ice there from Zach Parise than Leo Komarov. That's for certain.
Yeah.
Jerban said, Barry and the Autotrons.
True.
Absolutely. And then Alexander said, TJ, you see Lou is climbing up the leaderboard in wins. That for certain he is. Wins as a general manager. He is. He might have the most wins in general manager in the history of the sport.
How many years has he been general manager?
I couldn't tell you that.
I mean, what, 50 years? It's a long time.
He hasn't been-
45, 40? 40. It's definitely got to be 40. He was Devils GM in the 80s, right?
Right now, he is only 58 games away from having the most wins as a general manager in NHL history.
Who's in first? Sam Pollock?
David, I want to mispronounce his name. It's going to make me sound foolish. Polite or Pollitt?
Oh, okay. The guy who was the general manager of Nashville, where Barry was the coach. What does that tell you? That don't mean shit.
Him and Glenn Sather. Him and Glenn Sayer.
Sather as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Both more wins. Again, they've been around for a long time.
Sather, the 1 year they won, the Rangers won. That was it for him. When he's as a GM. I remember him. He was a nasty little player, Glenn Sather. Chippy little piece of shit.
Goodness.
Back in the 70s.
Paulo C said Parise has 2 assists both last game against Montreal. And yes, Parise is a bit more of a threat to score than Leo Komarov.
I forgot the Montreal game. Yeah, because he had nothing before then. He was a big goose egg.
I don't know what this means. Stephen V said, never have hockey on in the background when watching, just saying for a friend. Is he talking about how I'm dressed? I don't know. Then What a Film said, I have to say, Brendan Burke is one of the best announcers in the game. Hope we keep him for a long time.
He is very good.
Absolutely. Absolutely he is. Eddie saying, I really do think Barzy must be frustrated with Barry consistently murdering his top line in his career as a result.
I think that way also. I'm like, why do you give me nothing to work with? I mean, I can imagine it being frustrated.
And here's the thing too, right? He's probably conflicted. I could see as a player, definitely frustration, because you think to yourself, even last year, right? Anders Lee goes down. What do we do to help me out on the first line? Because, as much as I want the team to win, I also want to be able to produce points. I want to be able to score goals because I want to get paid. I get paid if I put up points and goals. And if I'm not scoring goals and I'm not scoring points, I'm not going to get paid, the maximum of what I can get paid. That being said, I get saddled and I get strapped and attached to Leo Komarov on the first line. They give me Bellows. We put up a few points and Bellows goes away. Then I get Zach Parise, I get Travis Zajac on the first line. And this year, right, our first line is firing on all cylinders the first game. So we're the only line that looks really, really to be honed in. And what do? Oh, Barry's got to spread the love. So they move off the winger that they just signed here in Kyle Palmieri, which we have chemistry, and they move up Josh Bailey, the first line. And, he looks frustrated out there because he's not producing, and that first line kind of looks a little stagnated.
Yeah.
I can see that being very frustrating for a guy. Longer and different. I could see as a person how that would be frustrating for a human to see, like, oh, now I want to produce points and I can't the way things are currently set up.
And I mean, he's doing all the dirty work for that line too now. He's going into the corners. I mean, if I'm a player, I'm like I said, if you score goals or you're an offensive player, why would you ever want to play here? You don't. That doesn't seem to appeal to you. Guys who put the puck in the net, they don't. You got to turn everybody into a grinder. I just think if he was anywhere else, he could have 100 points a year. Anywhere else.
Could you imagine him in Edmonton? Could you imagine him in St. Louis? Could you imagine him in Florida? Could you imagine him in Carolina? In Carolina, he could definitely be averaging a point a game. No doubt about it.
He would be fantastic.
Doug Waite system, as a rookie in the Doug Waite system, he averaged, I think, a point a game. In Doug Waite, as a rookie, that system, he averaged a point a game. If he was running in again, he loves winning games, I'm sure. And he loves playing for the Islanders. He loves playing for Barry Trotz. But in another system, and again, if he was thinking to himself, I want to get paid, because some players would rather get paid than compete for a cup. Not saying Barzy is one of those guys, but I'm saying some players are.
Every player wants to get paid. That's your profession.
Most players want to mix, right? I want to get paid, but I also want to compete for a cup. If I could do both, that's fantastic. Some players will say, screw it. I don't care about winning a cup. I just care about getting paid. So, there are some of them out there. I don't think Barzy's one of those guys, though.
On a good team, he's a $10 million a year player. On a good team. A team that values offense. Because the Islanders are a good team. I'm not but like on a team that values offense, it's, like a Carolina, a Florida, a Tampa Bay. He's a $10 million a year player. Can you imagine what he would do in Tampa with the talent they have on that team? I mean, Here's the thing. Has Barry Trotz made him a better all-around player? Absolutely. At the end of the day, it's about getting paid. Is Lou going to try to lowball him? I forgot who brought up trading for Cam Fowler. Cam Fowler makes $6.5 million a year. Do you think they want to bring that salary into the mix after what you just had Pelech and Pulak sign for? I don't think so.
That's why I think a 1-year deal on a left-handed defenseman that we're not going to sign back. That's a veteran, so you don't have to worry about signing him back for a large contract. Even if, let's say, he plays well, and let's say he goes off like gangbusters. Let's say Mark Giordano comes in, he has a fantastic, run here with the Islanders. They say, "Thank you so much, Andy Green. Thank you so much to Daniel Chara. We're going to let you be on your way." Robin Salo is going to be in the lineup next year. He got some playing time at the tail end of this one. We're expecting him to be a mainstay in our lineup next year, and we're going to re-sign back Mark Giordano. So you can even slowly integrate in Samuel Bolduc when ready, but you still keep one of those veteran type of players. We've done it every year, I feel like, at the trade deadline. We add a veteran defenseman, left-handed guy. Last year we didn't because we still had Green from the year before, but we added Colburn. We just didn't need to utilize him. Remember, we added Colburn there as the 7th defenseman, but we're going to add some older age veteran that has playoff experience as our defenseman, as a top 4 guy. And what we're probably going to do, I correct myself, I just came to this conclusion. We might even try to sign back Giordano for a cheaper, maybe a 1 or 2 year deal, and we'll let Robin Salo work his way in the left-handed defense spot.
Yeah. I mean, but all right, Giordano's next contract, he's not going to get $8.5 million a year.
He's probably going to be getting $2, maybe $3 million a year.
I bet he gets 4.
At 38?
Yeah. What did Suter sign for in the offseason? I think it was $4 million, right? I don't even know where he went. I don't even remember where he went.
Dallas, I think.
Dallas, okay.
He wound up signing a 4-year, getting paid about $3.65 AAV.
Okay. Giordano's just as good, same age, right?
I think Giordano's 38. I thought he was a little older than Suter.
I think he's 38.
Okay. Gotcha.
Michael, taking a pay cut to continue.
I don't need you looking it up. Michael T said, "Do you guys think it's important that we keep this goalie tandem together?"
No.
Suter's he just turned 36, so a little younger. But again, he'll probably get paid. I think maybe a 2-year contract for Giordano, something like that, playing until he's 40 is what he'll be looking for. But who knows? Michael T is saying, "Do you think it's important that we keep this goalie tandem together?"
No. Not past this year.
But this year, you think it's important to keep the tandem together?
They're not going to break it up. It doesn't matter what I think. They're not going to break it up. In the offseason is when you make that switch from a backup goalie to another goalie. You don't do it in season. If they were going to do that, and I can understand why they didn't do it this year, but they should definitely explore that next offseason. Move Varlamov and just get some Brian Elliott type to come in and play 20, 25 games and give Sorokin the lion's share. That's what they should do.
Drew S. said, "Should we drop the A and just call Sorokin 1 and Varlamov 2?
Yes. Barry won't do it, but I will. I already have.
Eddie's saying here, Grumpy Old Man is right about Sorokin versus the defense. I was panicking after the first 2 games. I shouldn't have. He's fantastic.
Yep. True.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely there. And Paulo C saying, yes, Sorokin should be our number 1. But for the second half of the season, I would not burn him out because, it's his first 82 game long season. I would be careful just because we need him in the playoffs.
Let's say Trotz wants to go back to Varlamov as his starter in the playoffs because, he knows what he's given him in the past. He's the veteran. I trust him more. How will that make you feel? Probably not too good.
Eddie's saying Tampa Bay is going to be an intense game.
They've righted the ship there too, by the way. They were dominated by Ottawa today in the first period. They were outshot 13-4, and they had a 1-0 lead.
And Barry Beaulieu has played well as well since being traded. Alexander saying, I hope you guys go live during the Panthers game because it will be great watching you guys and watching the game in the arena at the same time. Maybe. I don't know what day that game is on. It just depends. We're going to probably try to do it on a weekend day or something like that when we've got a little more time.
Yep. Whatever.
What?
I don't know. I'm not in charge of any of that. TJ just tells me when to show up, and I do.
Oh man, what a film! Saying love Johnny Boychuk. It was awesome. He scored and did the gunshot with the glove for certain.
Yeah, I love Johnny Boychuk.
John P said the difference. Just saying.
We gave you credit earlier today, John.
Right off the top, John. For certain, we did. Oh man, that for certain we did. Oh my goodness, Grumpy. We're not going to be able to get through all these comments. I apologize, guys. We're almost 4 hours in. I've got a whole bunch of more comments here after this one as well. So I know
just blow by fast. That's all.
Okay, gotcha. Alexander said, honestly, I feel like you have to trade a first-round pick to pick up a valuable asset because, looking at draft history outside the last season has been suspect there, but good teams swing for the fences.
Yeah, I just don't think that's in the cards for us. That's all.
Michael T. also said, we don't know for certain we could have had Tarasenko for the rumored deal. Come on. We don't know if the rumored deal was accurate. Usually Coach Tommy B, he's got sources on the inside, so usually he's got pretty accurate information.
They wanted to move him. They were actively trying to move him in the offseason. The whole thing was they didn't want to bring a bunch of salary back. That's what they didn't want to do. They didn't want to have to pay salary.
Absolutely. And then, JG said here, the Grumpy Old Man just said age didn't mean anything. You did say that, Grumpy, and you slipped up. I was looking at you like.
Yeah, when I'm talking about, a 22-year-old versus a 24-year-old. As you get older, it matters, but not when you're that young. And it was more of it wasn't the age thing I was talking about with Sal. It was the fact that he's still a rookie, not because of his age, but because of the North American style of play.
Gotcha, absolutely. Eddie said, we need a left-handed defenseman and to subtract Josh Bailey.
Agreed.
Then What a Film said, is there a Doug Gilmour out there? TJ probably doesn't know who that is, but that's the type of player we need. Don't you think, Grumpy?
Yeah, he'd be great for this team. Do you know who Doug Gilmour was, TJ?
Dougie Gilmour, yeah.
Okay.
He used to play for the St. Louis Blues, didn't he?
Toronto. He was a blood and guts type. Yeah, he played for St. Louis also. Really good player.
I remember Dougie Gilmour.
He would be perfect for the Barry Trotz system. Perfect.
I mean, Doug Gilmour played for a lot of years. Yeah, he played for St. Louis back in the younger years. But man, I didn't know he played like close to 20 years.
Yeah, he was good, really good.
Like 20 years in the NHL. Man, oh man. Yeah, but
Michael Pekka was a poor man's Doug Gilmour. Doug Gilmour had way more offensive upside, but they did this. You could play him any two-way game. Really good two-way player.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Different mindset. I think all of Vegas's first round picks, the players selected, not the picks, have all been traded.
True. They've moved the players, and that's their model. They're in it to win it every year. They're not afraid to move guys. They don't wait until they're not worth anything and then lose them for nothing. They move them. If they don't think they're part of the mix for a championship, they move them at a young age. Smart thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked out for them so far. I mean, Vegas really benefited from the updated new style that they do. With the expansion drafts, but I mean, you can tell the Seattle Kraken are going to be no Vegas Golden Knights. That's for certain. What a Film said, TJ, can you see the deleted messages? Yes, I can. So that's why sometimes you'll catch me reading the messages that'll have, spelling mistakes that you'll re-up or repost later with corrected items. But that's why I'll do that, just because I see that. Jerban said, I don't blame Barry for Chara. I blame Chara for Chara. I blame him for not retiring. If he loves this game so much, become a defensive coach or something. Open up the ice for more talent. He selfishly takes up an NHL roster spot knowing there's a young kid putting blood, sweat, and tears in it for the game. If he loves the game so much, have respect for the game and hang up your damn skates.
They don't pay you $750,000 a year to coach as an assistant.
No, they don't. But Char shouldn't need the money. Come on now. We can admit that. Char should be fine.
He enjoys playing, and if someone's going to pay him, he's going to continue to play. That's on the GM.
I think he just wants another cup.
Well, he came to the wrong place.
What a Film saying, Grumpy, I don't think TJ's reading my messages because I hate looking at his stark, white, ugly chest. LOL.
I 100% agree with that, Wada. 100%.
Oh man, Jared Ben also said, "I'm beyond pissed that Sorokin shut out against Montreal. It's all on him, 100%. He broke his stick on the power play with a pointless rocket from up 5 goals. Selfish. I don't care about Sorokin's numbers.
I don't care about those numbers. I don't care about it. Doesn't matter. I'm sure Barry doesn't look at that either.
He said he wants Sorokin to have the best numbers in the game. Chara messes that up with affecting his goals against average and save percentage selfishly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as we win the game, that's all that matters. Grant Fuhr didn't have the greatest numbers ever, but man, he was a fantastic big game goalie.
Well, he's in Hall of Fame, isn't he?
Yep.
I was about to say his numbers are not. You look at people who put up gaudy numbers. His numbers in the regular season were not gaudy. That's for certain. In the Hall of Fame, goaltenders are different then too. Frank Hayes said Rangers defense is a gigantic mess. Dolan ruined that rebuild. They're losing 6-0.
Calgary's good. I don't think the Rangers are real good defensively. Second game, I mean, they lost last night. I think it was in overtime to Edmonton when they had a 4-1 lead. I think they lost 5-4 in overtime.
Yeah, they blew a third. They did it the last two nights before today. They'd blown a 2-goal lead in the third period or something like that, and they lost. So
yeah, they were up 4-1 and lost 5-4. So they've given up their last 10 goals. Good job.
What a film said. Maybe Chara needs to retire, but I know TJ needs to retire that missing button Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, dude. What's up with the missing button?
And he said, "Sorry, TJ, I love you, but I'm trying to help you look more presentable."
I agree.
2 minutes pessimistic said, "Viva la Dolan."
Yeah, he's the best thing that ever happened for the Islanders. He owns the Rangers.
Mm-hmm. Eddie's saying here, not happy to see Varlamov return until Sorokin screws up. It's that simple.
True.
And Jared Ben said, I want Sorokin to erase his garbage numbers from the first 2 games, and Chara, with his garbage play, set him back further with stupidity. How you guys don't see this, I don't understand. He wants Sorokin, grumpy old man. He wants Sorokin to be, winning the Vezina, and Chara playing like crap in front of him does not help that.
If he keeps playing the way that he's playing right now, he'll win the Vezina.
I mean, Bobrovsky, you could say the same thing about him.
Yeah, but he's only giving up right now 3 goals in 5 games. That's better than Bobrovsky. It's under a goal a game.
Jared Ben, Grumpy's impression of TJ being a podcast tyrant is 100% accurate.
True. Very nasty.
Michael T said, TJ, with you losing comments, what's the point of us commenting? ? WTF. So it only holds 100 comments every single time. And if we don't get through them quick enough, it will batch feed the most recent 100. So if I have, from the time period, I load 100, and let's say I have like 150, I'll lose 50 of the comments that are a little, in the odd spot. So I apologize. Got to do better at that. William C saying, yep, Rangers getting spanked 6-0. Scares me for opening night at UBS. The Flames are playing really good hockey,
but they could cool off before then.
And then, to be frank, the Rangers suck. That being said, you don't want to lose your opening game in UBS. You probably want to go home with a win. I mean, even when we're playing Calgary Flames, you want to go home with a win.
True.
Eddie said, "Don't be manipulated, TJ. You're not a dumb football player, but you're not. You might be.
You may be a football player, but you're not dumb."
Thank you. I appreciate it, Eddie. I don't mind.
He's not dumb.
He can throw jabs. I don't mind. And then Jared Ben said, but I don't get it. Sorokin exclusively said he didn't want to play in America or for the Islanders with this assumption. I think he never really spoke too much about it. I know he went originally to training camp and in North America the first year after he was drafted, and then never came back until Gar Snow was gone. So like they looked at the training camp, him saying, okay, I want to come. But usually when your players aren't coming, even if let's say they're still like in a KHL contract, I mean, he had signed a contract extension with his KHL team that he had to break to join the Islanders, I believe. So like that also I think had something to do with it too.
Yep, because he signed an extension. They wouldn't let him go. Yeah.
And then what a film saying, Grumpy, if you're wondering why I'm letting TJ have it tonight, it's the shirt.
TJ's shirt gets more hate than the fisherman jersey.
I was about to say, because I think it's all propagated by you, grumpy old man.
Dude, it's because you don't have a button on the damn shirt.
What can I say, Grump? It doesn't have a button at the top. John P. said, Derek King, new head coach.
Where?
Gotta pull it up. Who head coach for the Chicago Blackhawks?
There you go. What did I say? A week and a half ago, what did I say after watching that Blackhawk game? I said Colin has to go. He has to go. And Montreal's the next job. That's the next job where they're a new coach. Good luck, Derek King.
Yeah. I mean, they got a lot working with there. What a Film said, I agree. AJ's kind of boring. I liked Jennifer Bottrell. Seeing AJ with Shannon shows how great Shannon is. Sorry, AJ. Your hair has to improve. So your hair has improved. So that's a start.
True. She's working on it.
Jared Ben, what do you keep looking back for? You right, Grumpy?
I hear a noise over there. I wonder what it is.
Jared Ben said, it depresses me to think that you guys now that you guys might not be doing this 10 years from now. LOL. The Islanders Never Say Die podcast are the highlight of my week. The former mayor of Cincinnati loves you guys and is a loyal fan. Thanks there, Jared Ben. We appreciate it. Who knows? You know, we're not planning on stopping anytime soon, but you know, anytime. I don't like looking 10 years down the road because anything could happen. It could change.
I could be dead in 10 years.
Could be hit by a car dead too, so you never know. Sure. We're going to move on. I'm not going to read all the Tarasenko comments. Mario said there, TJ, Nikolai Kulemin played for a team in the Russian Olympic team and for several World Cup their teams. And I believe that Sorokin was a third string goalie on one of those Russian teams in which Kulemin played. Oh, yeah, that's right. Kulemin did used to play for us.
Yes.
I forgot about that. I remember it used to be Grabowski or Grabner used to be able to speak, and then so did Nikolai Kulemin. That's right.
Yeah.
Fathead and TJ, well said. Eddie said, I'm sorry for TJ, your young man, your hairline though, yikes.
True.
Hey man, it doesn't bother me, you know, it happens. Jeez. Drew S said, can we say that Paige whipped TJ?
No, that's not what the piece
trust me, Grumpy, trust me, I happen to make it a G-rated comment, okay?
I just call him Whippy and I go whoosh, whoosh.
Oh, goodness. What can I say? You speak so endearingly about your wife called the Warden. What a Film said, and he could take his pee more than an hour. They are concerning. We're trying to help you, TJ.
True. Everyone's trying to help you. You need help.
Yeah, if you can't hold your piss. What can I say? I drink too much water. He does have a beautiful wife. That's true. That is true. Thank you. And then Drew S saying, TJ, that's not a water bottle. It's a water tank.
Very good. True.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Fire
hydrant. Drew L saying, Grumpy, what's your ideal top 6 goal scorer you were thinking of if we trade for them at the trade deadline?
I like Tarasenko's not available. A Philip Forsberg. He's who I wanted last year. Those are the two guys that type of talent. That's what I'm looking for. But once again, you're going to have to move an existing top 6 player off of your roster to make that happen. Because you're not going to sit somebody or put them on a third line. It's just not going to happen.
Absolutely. What a Film said, shirt idea, front saying, that being said, back the Islanders Never Say Die podcast.
Very true.
Absolutely. Michael T said, does Tarasenko still want out of St. Louis? Do we know this for a fact?
No, he's happy there now. You could just tell when he plays.
What makes you think that, Grump?
I just look at his face when he's playing for them. When he's named number 1 star of the game, he's all smiles, celebrating with the teammates. Everything's in the back window now. Rearview mirror. You had a shot, you didn't take it, now you lost him.
Bailey can go anywhere but here. He needs to go. Bailey isn't a great top 6. He's just not easily replaceable. He's an easy out. It's true. Wallstrom is a sniper. We just need a coach with the balls to put him in there.
True.
Oh, man. He said many other coaches would do it. He's just an elder advocate, Trotz is. Bailey is not a top 6 liner, a top 6 forward.
Agreed.
Brandon Gaines saying, thanks for having on. Thanks, Brandon, there for joining us. We appreciate it. Michael T said, serious question. Why does Barry hate the youngsters and favor the veterans?
He doesn't. That's my narrative that he hates them. He doesn't hate them. He trusts. Parcells was the same way. He wants to know where your floor is. And if he knows what you're going to give him night in, night out, you can work with that. When things don't go right, or if you have bad games and your game is unpredictable, even though you have more upside, that drives a coach, particularly a guy who depends on veterans, drives them crazy. Where one play here, particularly for a team like us, who every game is tight, you can't have somebody making mistakes and losing a game because somebody misses defensive zone coverage. And that's why he favors the veterans over the youngsters. That's why he loves Leo Komarov. He knows exactly what he's going to give him every single night.
Mm-hmm. Eddie saying Bailey has to go. Only the cartel disagrees.
It's because they're morons.
Absolutely. Brandon G said St. Louis just had a truckload of injuries last year.
True. They're not in cap trouble either. They didn't need to move him.
Jerben said, I think the comments keep getting deleted, but now I need to say former mayor of Cincinnati, considered one of TJ's little buddies, one of the glad handers, or am I a lower member of the Grump gang?
I think you straddled the fence wonderfully.
Oh, man. Oh, goodness gracious. Eddie saying, honestly, no serious contender wants Bailey to be their top 6.
Because he's not good enough to play in a top 6 on a contender. Just isn't. That's not who he is.
Bass 7248 says, glad to see you guys back. Looking forward to tuning in to more this year. Let's hope this is the year.
We're all hoping that.
And we're always here, Bass. We're not going anywhere. You can go ahead and make sure you catch us again. We are go live every single Wednesday and Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Unless the Islanders play a game, then we go after the Islanders game. What a film said. Will said on Bailey, Grumpy. You're absolutely right. You throw him in. He just, he ain't going to hurt you, but that's about it.
That's about it. Nothing special about him.
Eddie said Sorokin's a top 5 goalie in the NHL. Soon it will be recognized.
Agreed.
Jerben saying, what's your guys' analyst on where my loyalty lies? Is the former mayor of Cincinnati more appreciated by TJ or the grumpy old man? Grumpy, I'll let you take that.
I think I think I appreciate him more because he's funny. So I think I appreciate him more.
Fair enough. Michael T said, hey, Grumpy, Taylor Swift or Selena Gomez?
Taylor Swift. Selena Gomez is fat now.
No, she's not. What are you talking about?
You know where TJ's always had a crush on her. Have you seen her in that show, Murders in the Building?
They're both beautiful women.
Murders in the Building? No.
Here's the thing. I'm a big guy. I can't be having a lady that looks like this.
Whatever. He didn't ask you. He asked me.
I think I'd take both. Selena Gomez for the night, Taylor Swift for the long haul. Good answer, Steve. Oh, man. Brandon Fry said, we can go 82-0 and people would still complain.
Not if you're 82-0, they're not complaining.
I don't think anybody has a leg to stand on if you're going 82-0. But, even here's the thing. I feel like the only time you wouldn't have people complain is if, like, you're Tampa, like if you're the best team in the league and you're saying, oh, we're putting up, we've got the most points per game played in the history of the NHL. Remember, that was like Tampa. But, I think the year they had the most points per game played in the NHL history, they still wound up, they got swept, I think, the first round of the playoffs that year by Columbus. So, they're technically had something to complain about, but still. Got
to learn how to win.
Grumpy, Michael T was expecting a bigger reaction, but you just immediately went with Taylor Swift. You think Selena Gomez is chubby?
She is.
No, she is not.
Okay, whatever.
What?
Look at the show. Look at her lower middle body on the show. Murders in the Building. That's the first thing I noticed about him. I'm like, oh, she's gotten fat. And her voice is annoying too.
You don't like her voice?
I don't like it. She's very husky voice. Sounds like she's a borderline man. Maybe that's why you like her.
Look at you, Grump. Okay, is this what you're trying to say? That's looking husky?
No, that's even a worse picture.
That's not okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I did not do justice. I did not do her justice pulling up that.
That's what she looks like.
Good.
Yeah.
Ooh. Maybe I haven't looked.
To me, it's not even close. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'll take Swiftie anytime.
Taylor Swiftie. Michael T said, hey, Barry Trotz. Ooh. I want to know when Wallstrom will be on the first line.
Yeah. Couple of years. Don't worry. His time will come.
Oh man. Michael T said, how about Char and Boychuk as Islanders defensive coaches? Wow.
No, not happening.
Eddie said, any team willing to wait 2 or 3 years to put Wallstrom on the top 6 is a team that will not and does not deserve to win.
I won't say that, but on this team, he should be playing in the top 6 before then. That's where our weakness is, scoring goals.
Steven V said, Trotz wants to sign Yamir Yager to play on the first line.
He's only 47, 48 years old, almost 50.
He still plays, in the Czech Republic 3 League?
Sure does.
For the team that he owns.
He can't skate anymore, but he can still put the puck
still
in
almost averages about a point a game. Think about that. Yamir Yager does. Eddie said, what the grumpy old man is saying is quite simple. We're going to pick up a sniper. Bailey has to go. Do you believe that it will happen for this organization? Me neither.
Nope.
Drew L said, since Sorokin is the ace goalie, what do we do with Varlamov in the future? Should we trade him down the road?
If you can trade him in the offseason, that's what I do. That's what I would do. If somebody offered me at the trade deadline a first-round pick for Varlamov, I'd move him this year. You can always pick up a backup goalie, always, for cheaper than $5 million a year.
Eddie said, the grumpy old man is 100% right. Bailey's greatest accomplishment is playing a ton of games and on a struggling team.
True.
Eddie said, I love when the podcast gets raw and uncensored around 3 hours. I feel like this is how our podcast, TJ and the Grumpy Old Man, always are. They're just
That's like the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man show is kind of like that from the beginning.
I was about to say, it's more just like, hey, we're just kind of throwing insults around from the start. There's nothing, nothing that kind of changes up there.
And it's easier to rip on a whole bunch of other things. When the Islanders do well, I always think these are boring podcasts. When the Islanders win, they're kind of boring because unless I'm angry, it's not too much to get angry about when we play as well as we did today.
Yeah.
And people like to complain. That's why even if you're 82-0, people are going to complain. People like to complain.
That is true, Grumpy Old Man. That is true. Talking about most wins by general manager, I think that Lou Lamoriello could have that, Grump. He's only 58 games behind. So if he's going to be general manager this year, maybe next year.
Yeah, David Poile is first, then Sather. He'll pass Sather this year. He won't pass Poile.
Not this year.
Nope.
Barzal and Edmonton. Wow, that would be something to see, says Michael T.
Yeah, they wouldn't win a championship, but they'd have 3 of the top players in the league. They got the top 2 now.
They play no defense. You talk about the lack of defense they've got in Edmonton, it'd be even worse.
They're fun to watch.
Yeah, they are. What Film said, you guys are legends for podcasting 3 hours into the night and still going. I know it's getting late. Thanks there, Woodda. I know we're wrapping things up here today, but thanks there for tuning in for certain. Michael T said, I think I just realized what did the Islanders' first game in history against the Atlanta Flames at the Coliseum.
Yeah, that was their first game in history. The Atlanta Flames, they're both expansion teams, same year.
Yeah, absolutely there. And then Jared Ben said, Grump, I hate to break it to you, but you're much larger and unattractive than Mrs. Gomez.
That wasn't the question. I never said that I wasn't. That was not the question. I answered the question that you asked. I didn't say if she would be attracted. She would, by the way, be attracted to me because I'm charming and I'm entertaining and I'm very humorous. So I could get her easy.
Selena Gomez has got the hots for a 60-plus-year-old grumpy old man.
What can I tell you?
Oh, man. Grump.
That's a good way to end it right there.
I was about to say, talking about Taylor Swift and Selena Gomez, stuff you're not going to get on everyday podcast when you're talking just sports.
We're talking Islanders hockey.
Talking Islanders hockey, that's for certain. Grump, man, what do you have to say before we wrap things up today? 4 hours in the books, man. Oh man, I tell you, I took a nap today. Took like a 4-hour nap. I'm gonna be up all freaking night, all night. Grump.
I didn't take a nap today, so yeah. I just want to say love and laughter to everyone who listens, and even those who don't. From TJ and the Grumpy Old Man.
And thanks, Grump, for being on here again. The dedication you've got there, and I appreciate you coming on. I know at your time it's 2:00 now Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for staying up late here with us, talking some Islanders hockey. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, listening to the podcast again. You guys are what makes this podcast go, right? I mean, like you guys are the bloodline of this podcast. There's no doubt about it. You guys commenting and talking with us, it feels like family. It always does, and it always will. To make sure you don't miss out on any of the content. Again, we go live every single Thursday or every single Wednesday and every single Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, unless the Islanders are playing a game that day. You can also check out TJ and the Grumpy Old Man podcast, the sports podcast, where we just talk sports and shoot the shit. It's a lot. I would say it's more raw. We kind of just have fun with it a little bit different. We're not so geared towards, hey, there's certain points we have to hit. It's just kind of fun. I'll be honest, there's a lot of feisty comments and topics going back and forth about Odell Beckham Jr. And there's a lot of differences of opinion on that one. There's a lot more arguing. I think it's a better listen. But again, you can find that in the link in the description below. We go at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday for TJ and the Grumpy Old Man, and 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday for TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. That being said, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, and thank you again, Grumpy Old Man. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Grumpy, 4 hours in the books. Thank you again, Grumpy Old Man.
My pleasure.